This and more is what will bring you here on our coverage, comprehensive coverage analysis of Ablekuma North rerun. Stay tuned in. But let me start by motivating you this morning as we begin the show. Our motivation this morning is by Ralph Waldo Emerson, who says, to be yourself in a world that is constantly trying to make you something else is the greatest accomplishment. That's quite an interesting quote. Sometimes you are so much under pressure, especially when you are a young person, like they say, a Gen Z, a Generation Alpha. Even for us, the millennials, you're so much under pressure to be something else, to be somebody else. But the greatest accomplishment is being your authentic self. So let this stay with you as you go out there and earn your keep. There are lots of issues to unpack this morning, but let me bring you a recap of our word of the day.
Here is a recap of the words we brought you this week. On Monday, we brought you zany. On Tuesday, we brought you squishy. On Wednesday, we brought you shimmer. And on Thursday, we brought you Eigengrau.
It's Friday. I know it's quite a busy one for all of us journalists and for a lot of people in Ablekuma North, even though who defied the party to go ahead and campaign for that seat. It's not time for Inside Out. Obviously, our lenses are sharply focused on Ablekuma North, even though there are a lot of issues to unpack. There's National Cathedral to talk about. It's going to be converted to the National Convention Center. Is that what you really want as a Ghanaian? Do you want your National Cathedral or you want a National Convention Center? The board says, Kevin Boy, Lai, Yentiasie. But will the government of the day still go ahead, especially now that Ablekuma North will become a determinant in whether or not the NDC will have a 2/3 majority in Parliament? They can do whatever it is. The only thing they cannot probably do is change me on sets. But I had a political desk who's joined us, Ibrahim Alassane. Ibrahim, good morning to you.
Good morning.
To see you.
Good to see you again.
Yes, I know. I've been away for a while.
Yeah,
yes,
for a good reason.
Well.
And once again, our condolences to you and the family.
Thank you so much. Ablekuma North and the focus.
Yes.
For a constituency that is predominantly an NPP safe seat. Many would have thought that this would have been a walk in the park for Nanekwe Free, but Irab now being gave her a good run for her money.
I agree with you. Ought to have been. In fact, we are not supposed to be having this conversation today about a number of polling stations having to be rerun as a result of the contention. Because even when the NPP collated its own results, it said it had won by a little over 400 votes. Yeah. That's not how the story of Ablekuma North is written politically. It's always been a walk in the park, as you mentioned. Since 1992, it's a seat that NDC has never.
They've never even come close to 40%.
Exactly. Right. Now, this seat is one that was contested by Ras Mubarak.
Yes, in 2012.
With all the Razzmatazz, still. Ras Mubarak could not make rules. Right. This Kwame Nabatel's seat.
Yes.
The internal dynamics have been quite interesting. So Nana Ekwefrie was the incumbent MP, dislodged by Sheila Batel's.
By Kwame Nabatel's daughter.
Exactly.
And then she also came back during the primaries and then booted her out.
Exactly.
And now she is fighting
literally
tooth and nail for that seat. I mean, for a seat that you once held, you walked into Parliament. I mean, it was an easy walk for you, for using Ablekuma North to walk into Parliament. Now you're coming back for your seat, and you've been given a good run.
Exactly. Even the Ashanti region, in fact, it's parts of Eastern region, the stories were different. Mountaintop dynamics. But many a times when you look at swing constituencies, they favor the incumbent. But let's see the verdict, because if there's anything Nanekwe Free has done very well, it is to paint a picture that she's been unfairly treated.
And the fact that, and you know, they're playing the widow card.
Exactly.
That, well, she's a widow, she has nobody. This is to sort of pacify her. But, I mean, for a growing democracy like Ghana's, why do we have to play that card? I mean, we understand that it's to whip up sentiment, it's to ensure that the emotional card is played to voters. And when you go to the polls, you remember that, oh, at least she's a widow. Once we don't vote for her, what happens? You just go home, she'll be sad. I mean, Irab Naobe's party is in power. She can always come back. I mean, those dynamics are...
She can be MC.
She can be MC, you know. They can even give her any position at all. And then the other side is, okay, if we don't vote for Irab Naobe, who is going to speak for us?
Who's going to get us development? So as for the emotional card, the politicians always brandish it. They always play it. I've seen a very interesting video where the Trobo MP is virtually churning out misinformation in the name of convincing the constituents, right? Yes. I wish that had not been captured on camera, right? And she was aware that
she was being
Of course, she was aware that she was being captured on camera. Just still went ahead to misinform in the name of convincing the constituents. Yes, I'm sure those are excesses of a political party campaigning. But of course, once you know you are being recorded, this is not a picture you want to put out there. So yes, I agree with you that the emotional card has been played, right? I agree with you that it will have an impact on some. I agree with you also that she has questions to equally answer because she's been an MP before. So when she was an MP, when she was Ghana's deputy ambassador to China, what did she do for the constituency and the constituents, right? If she excelled in that regard, it will inure to her benefit. If she didn't, it will come back to bite her. Now, how will she be able to convince those party people or the party sympathizers who sat on the fence and decided not to vote at all? Has herself and the party done enough? We might want to take out the party now because of the flip-flopping.
Yes, because for a party that said, well, we're deciding to stay away. You know, it was interesting that when the party made a decision, was concrete, that we're staying away. And then Irabna said, Nana Krefia said, who are you? I mean, who is sitting at the helm of affairs of this party? I have suffered for this party. I have been MP before. I was booted out. I came in, booted out whoever took me out. And I am going to contest. This is my chance to prove to my constituents that I am with them. And then I chicking out at the last minute. No. So she decided to go. Exactly. And then the party had no choice than to rally behind her.
Most definitely. Here's the thing. And unfortunately, Justin Frimpong Kodia is taking the flag and he's being roasted from every angle. Lily, I'm not sure that the General Secretary on his own came out to put the information out as he did without the National Executive Committee having met to take a decision. In fact, I dare say that can never happen.
I mean, even though he's a chief scribe, he doesn't take a unanimous decision.
Basically, so for instance, Justice Frimpong just says there, comes and says, you know what, we are not in the race anymore. We are not going to avail ourselves to the processes that have been triggered by the EC to rerun elections in the 19 polling stations. And you think on his own, he can come and say that. No. It's a wrong decision, but it's a wrong decision taken by the party, not an individual. I say it's a wrong decision because you had earlier announced that you were going to court, Lily. When you go to court, there are only two outcomes. In fact, in court, you're more draw. You're more draw in court.
You either win or
you lose. There will not be.
And it's the same court that not too long ago, the NPP was boldly saying, if you disagree, go to court.
Exactly. So there was an announcement that we are headed for court. I said, great. And I sat here last week and said, that is the only forum to have this matter addressed. Once you say you are going to court, don't make any categorical declaration.
No.
Don't make any categorical determination. Say that we disagree with the EC's position. We are headed for court. We will make a decision based on what the court says. Guess what? The court says, no, go and avail yourself to the process.
Because whatever you're asking for is unmeritorious.
Exactly. Now, the woman who went to court evaluated the circumstances and said,
I will still go ahead.
Look at the polling stations. They are supposed to be in my stronghold. These polling stations, when I want to enter parliament, I want them and not marginally. Right? Yeah, the dynamics might be different. But how about I just go? So I just don't surrender this seat to the governing NDC. Once she took that decision, I expected the party to, through a press conference, to also say that we said we were not going to run. It's only a fool that doesn't change his mind. So we've changed our minds. We're going to run, regardless of the fact that we disagree with the decision by the EC. We've not seen that. But of course, Kennedy Japon is there, donated some funds. Brianna Champong there, donated some funds. Dr. Mahmoud Baumia.
But even donated, that, I later heard Nana Krefia saying that she's not received any funds from Dr. Baumia as it's been purported.
No, not yet, or?
Yes.
Okay.
I heard her in an interview saying that, well, she's not the
she had not received.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yes. So I'm sure maybe if it's not too late, that money might be on its way. Yes, because today could be the day for mobilization.
Yes.
So.
And I want, at this point, I want to be a constituent in one of the polling stations,
because this is a very small number of polling stations.
Yeah, out of there were 219 of them.
So if you want to reach every registered voter, you can.
It is very easy.
Very easy. And if you want to at least facilitate their movement, that facilitation can be very heavy and what have you.
I am surprised we haven't witnessed campaign. You know, usually...
no, people are busy. People are, yes, they might come out to vote.
Busy, people are busy. It's a busy season.
Yeah.
Remember that this is cash out season.
No, that's true. That's true. That's true.
So I am surprised we haven't witnessed campaign yet.
Yeah, maybe it's happening, but
you lost. So you lost twice. So if you lost twice, what's the third time you're going to win? It means you're still going to lose again. You understand? And they were thinking this is a strong road. They have not done nothing yet. You can see the area. There is nothing. There is no development in the area. This is the center of a city. This is not just maybe somewhere.
Your name and where you're calling me from. Tell me what's on your mind. Do you think the NDC will this time snatch the seat from the NPP in Ablekuma North? Hello?
Hello.
Yes, sir. Good morning to you. Your name and where you're calling me from.
Yeah, good morning. My name is Honorable Endurance. I'm calling from Upper West.
Okay, talk to me.
Yeah, I think that a very bad precedent has been set by the Electoral Commission and the High Court.
Okay.
Yeah. Why am I saying this? If I knew that in an election I'm going to lose, I would just mass up my boys, let them go and cause confusion, and then the election will go for a rerun. That is what I have seen in this whole issue. Because in 2012 election petition, we had that elections are won at the polling stations. How come this particular election, the polling station, we have done with the polling station, we are at the coalition level, and then a group of vigilante groups have to come and destroy the entire thing, and we have to rerun. The High Court has backed a precedent, has set up a precedent, in my view, that going forward will affect elections in this country. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Honorable, thank you very much for calling. So we're learning that voting has begun earnestly in some polling stations. Rightly at the Pentecost polling station in Ablekuma North. That's what you see on your screen currently. Electors going in to cast their ballot for either of the candidates, Rab Norbing or Nanekia Osu Efriye. So that's what you see.
Yeah, and I see a lady in a student
uniform. In a uniform.
Yeah.
That should tell you that even though people are going about their duties, people are going about work and school, they still want a representation in Parliament.
That's
and
true.
This is exciting that a lot of people now are eager for people to represent them in Parliament. I mean, we should never have witnessed what we witnessed in 2020 with SAL. Yeah. If people are, for a student before school to go and cast her ballot, that should tell you that people are eager for representation, and that's just the beauty of democracy in the country. So that's what you see there in your short voting currently ongoing at the Pentecost polling station in Ablekuma North. Hi there, caller. Good morning to you. Ablekuma North. Hi there, caller. Good morning to you.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm doing well, sir. How are you too?
I'm also doing good.
Talk to me. What's on your mind this morning?
This is Alaji Bini Yuri Bushale, and this is Northern Regional Scholars Organizer.
Okay.
First of all, let me send my greeting to you and lawyer Edoji Kamaplo and Shanina Muslim and Mayor of Amale, Honorable Alaja Abuteko. Just send my greeting to him. Is it this Ablekuma North election? I think some of us, we understand MPP well. They confuse, and they still want to confuse Ghanaians. Because these people saying that, holding the press conference, saying that they will not contest the election. Is that not so? If you know that you will not contest the election and your candidate says you will contest the election, it means that he's killing the MPP national executive. He's killing the national executive for the party. He's saying that, oh, she will contest. So if she's ready to contest, just face the election. And, you know, they want to throw that into our eyes. We know our left and right because you know you lose the seat. When they declare it for the runner oven, and everybody knowing that NDC candidate winning that election, and you say we should declare it for your candidate, for what reason? And the people in Ablekuma North, they see what is going on in this country. They see better governor, Excellency John Dramani, how he governed the country. Everybody's understanding MPP putting people into the hardship. And they are not going there to saying that I'm in a window. What kind of statement is that? You can say that they will not.
Okay.
Mistake to cast their vote for you.
All right.
Because they know they are left and right.
All right, sir.
Let me conclude. I beg you. Let me conclude.
Okay, please do.
Last week Friday, I said something in your studio. They need to free Nana Agrada because she done nothing wrong in this country. They need to free her.
Okay. Maybe her lawyers will succeed in their appeal. All right, thank you very much, Alaji, for speaking to us. That should do for our calls this morning. Time is fast spent. Unfortunately, I can't take any more calls. Maybe let's wrap up on this. I mean, we'll talk extensively.
Almost definitely. We'll deal with it.
Okay.
It's good to know the exercise has started. But more importantly, it's good to know that unless anything goes wrong, by close of day today, the people of Ablekuma North
will know who is going to represent them.
Who have been in arena of uncertainty relative to who is to represent them in Parliament for the past 7 months, will finally have a name and won't have two women all putting up posters thanking them for electing them to one office.
And we'll also know whether this will be the final stamp for the NDC's 2/3 majority or the NPP will take back its seat.
Well, there's a criteria to by-election.
Well, maybe they will get sympathy votes. you never can tell.
You never can tell. But of course, like I said, it's good to know that the exercise has started. It's been smooth so far. We hope and pray. This is a limited exercise, and so nobody should misbehave. The security men are at hand, and like I said, just 19 polling stations. If you misbehave, it's easy for them to fish you out.
And I mean, I saw the massing up of I suppose Green Army, I suppose Blue Army.
Yeah, now there's a Blue Army, and then, whatever MPP does, NDC follows. Whatever NDC does, MPP follows. So it
was quite interesting. But I pray and hope that it will end on the going around canvassing for votes and not foment trouble.
Most
I think
definitely.
This is just 19 polling stations.
That's the point.
Why do we need to foment trouble for such exercise? Anyway, thank you very much, Ibrahim, for that analysis. That should do for Inside Out. It's not time to head to the courts. Well, a caller said that they should free Agrada, and I was saying that maybe his lawyers who had will succeed in their appeal. So let's head to the courts and see what the courts are saying. Captain has joined me. Captain, good morning to you.
Good morning, Lily.
How are you?
I'm fine, thank you. How about you?
I'm doing awesome.
You have been missed.
I know.
Good to see you.
Good to see you.
Welcome back.
Thank
we
you.
wish you condolences again and all of that. To lose a close one, a loved one, and in fact, a sister. It's a big blow. It's a big blow, and we are happy that you are back and all of that. Yes, good to see you. Yes.
What's happening in courts? What's been happening in courts?
So, Lily, today I'm taking you back a few days ago, where we have. So currently, when you go to our Supreme Court, we are having 20 justices at the Supreme Court, and the reason being that we used to have 13. But fast forward, 7 more have been added to the number. And as you can see on your screens, the swearing in of the 7 justices who were recently vetted by Parliament are going through the process. Justice Hafizata. So on your screens, the director, can you pause for me and let me do some exercise here a little bit. So on the screens now, it's according to how they were vetted. So from here to the other side, Justice Kwekutewi Akabuafo is the last to be vetted, and they are sitting according to seniority. So the last one on this side of the is Justice Senyo Jamefe is there.
He was the first
absolutely.
Vetted, yeah.
Then close to him is Justice Sir Dominic Deniseje. Justice Surebare is in there. Justice Philip Bright Mensah. Then Justice Janapari Kujo Battles. Then we have Justice Hafizata Amaliboba and Justice Kweku Tewia Akabuafo. So they took their oath as the president. So we can roll the visuals now, and they have now become justices of the Supreme Court in a very short ceremony. So that's Akabuafo on your screen. So that over there, Justice Sir Deniseje in there, the president and the vice. Jane Nana Upuku-Ajiman also there, and some members of the cabinet ministers, all of them were part of this particular ceremony where these judges were given the authority to be added. So now when you see them, now those days when you see Justice Senyo Jamefe, you say J.A. as he then was. Now he is a justice of the Supreme Court. Justice Jamefe, JSC. Justice Sir Denik, JSC. So on your screens now is Janapa. Let's hear from the President.
As justices of this noble institution, you are called not merely to interpret the law, but to embody its highest ideals, which are fairness, impartiality, integrity, and courage. You are expected to serve not as arbiters of technicalities, but as stewards of justice and conscience. Yours is not only a legal role, but a moral responsibility to safeguard our Constitution's spirit and interpret it in ways that advance the common good and protect the most vulnerable in our society. In our Ghana We Want vision, the judiciary is not a passive bystander in nation building. It is an active guarantor of rights, an enabler of development, and a check on the excesses of power. The judiciary must not only speak the language of the law, it must understand the heartbeat of the nation. It must be alert to the needs of low-income individuals, mindful of the struggles faced by our women and children, and sensitive to the anxieties of our citizens who feel excluded, unheard, or unseen. History teaches us that where the judiciary is strong, society is stable. Where the judiciary is impartial, citizens feel secure. And where the judiciary is respected, democracy flourishes. We must protect our courts from political interference, economic manipulation, and public intimidation. An independent judiciary is not a threat to government. It is a partner in nation building. We need justices who are not swayed by popularity or pressure, but are anchored in the Constitution and driven by a genuine desire to uphold justice without fear or favor.
Dramani Mahama, uphold justice without fear or favor. So that was the advice given to them. And in a gathering like this, always the most senior within the set who will be given the opportunity to speak or to say something on behalf of the others. And Justice Senyo Jamefe is the one that had that honor to speak on behalf of the judges who were sworn in. And let's hear from him. In fact, he was, before his swearing in, he was the president of the Court of Appeal Judges. Let's hear from Justice Senyo Jamefe.
Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Ghana, John Dramani Mahama, on behalf of my colleagues, we thank you very much for appointing us as justices of the Supreme Court as per Article 144 Clause 2 of the Constitution of Ghana. And secondly, swearing us in this afternoon as justices. To the people of Ghana, we promise that we will dispense justice to all manner of people without fear or favor, ill will or affection. We also promise you equal justice under law. We pray the Almighty God to give us the strength, the wisdom, and the courage to fulfill this promise. Now to the acting Chief Justice, His Lordship Justice Bafo Boni, and the other Superior Court judges herein present, we thank you so much for your counseling and guidance through this period of our nomination up to the swearing in today. We thank you very much.
So, Justice Senyo Jamefe, on behalf of the other 6 others, thank the President, the acting Chief Justice, and assured Ghanaians that they are going to dispense justice without fear or favor. So now, you used to have 13 justices at the Supreme Court. Now we have 20. We're hoping to see the day that they'll make their first sitting at the Supreme Court. But in summary, let's have the artwork and I'll show you. So in summary, there you have them on your screen. So Justice Senyo Jamefe, Justice Dennis Dominic AJ, Justice Gabriel Simmons AJ, Justice Gabriel Simon Surebare, and then Justice Surebare, and then Justice Philip Bright Mensah, all of them male. And in fact, when you go to the Supreme Court of Appeal panel, as you see there on your screen, that is how they line up. And then we have Justice Janapari Batel Skujo, Justice Hafisata Amalubeba, and then Justice Kweku Tewia Akabuafo. So these are the new judges who were sworn in by the President in relation to they going through the vetting by Parliament and they haven't been confirmed. So now, there you go. So these are your new Supreme Court judges who are adding up to the numbers at the APS court.
That's interesting. What more have we seen in court?
Yes, Lily, you remember about 2 weeks ago or 3 weeks ago, there was a story that we were telling you about these accused persons, one of whom was shipped down from Togo to Ghana. And in fact, the first accused person, Mazik Alidu, is an Okada rider. And the second accused is Adinda Akpo Abdul Majibu, alias Maxwell. On your screens now, yesterday they appeared before the circuit court. And they appeared because in relation to, so that's the first accused person on your screens being taken away. In fact, he has been, and the second accused there, this is the guy who is having a strange behavior that prosecutors informed the court about the fact that he's exhibiting some strange behavior by way of the fact that he's always, even when he eases himself, excuse my language this morning, he's been having some kind of relationship with it. And so the court made an order that he be sent to the psychiatric hospital for mental examination. Now, prosecution led by ASP Amwa Richard yesterday made an interesting revelation to the court to the effect that, look, moments after the court case was adjourned, his own lawyer, a lawyer for the accused person, and then following some engagement, it came to the fore that the accused person, that is Majibu, had no mental issues, for which reason even the order to send him to the psychiatric hospital was not required again. So every interaction had with him, every engagement had with him, it came to the fore that there's nothing wrong with him. He's fit, he's sound, and all of that. So yesterday, absolutely, settings everywhere. So yes, that is him leaving the premises of the court yesterday. So yesterday, his plea was taken in relation to the charge of robbery, which he pleaded not guilty. But if you look at the charge, read the charge sheet, he's alleged to have robbed the complainant who works at the Rich Hospital of the sum of $200,000. That is huge. That was not all. A gold waist chain valued at 20,000 Ghana cedis, a gold necklace valued at 18,000 Ghana cedis, assorted jewelries including gold earrings, and then brooches belonging to the complainant. He also took that complainant's husband. He also took that away. So following that communication to the court yesterday, the plea of the second accused person was taken, and in fact, her Anna Basila Ajay denied him bail because the argument from his lawyers were to the effect that he's married, 5 children, the last is an orphan, and he has a fixed place of abode. Now, the question is that, where is your wife and children? He said they are in Togo. So the court is saying that, okay, we have heard you. If your wife and children are Togo, where are the sureties that are likely to stand up for you? He said that they are not in court. Then the court is saying that. Then bail is refused at this particular point in time because ASP Amwa Richard made the point that they struggled before they arrested him. And once he is not a Ghanaian, he's a Togolese or Togo. Yes, he's a flight risk, like it's been said. Oh, of course, he just had it's my boss, right? And then when it comes to the court, yeah, he's one of the guys who can. The energy is there. So.
Well, viewers, you see him in the touch.
Oh yes, very soon he will come and be firing. All of that. Today is an election day. Yeah. So Ajid Apo and then the other accused person, Mazouk, yesterday they had their case adjourned to July 24. As for the first accused, he's on bail, 100,000 Ghana cedis, 2 sureties, 1 to be justified. An indication is that he's met his bail conditions and that has been signed. So once he leaves the premises of the court like he was leaving, he will be discharged after. But the second accused person, Akpo, the court has denied him bail. So that is one of the things that took place yesterday. And Atoisian has been in the news, I think, the latter part of December to January. And in fact, recently the lawyers tried to seek for bail pending an appeal of the sentence, sentence and a conviction. In fact, the conviction and the sentence. But it did not work. You understand that he is not where he's in the wheelchair. He's been coming to the 37 military hospital. Yesterday, Dr. John Apea, who initially was very critical of him and has some information about this whole transaction, this whole deal, has been speaking. And one of the things that he spoke about was the effect that, look, Atoisian did not steal any money. But the question also is that in the course of the trial, he admitted he had an agreement with the state to activate Section 35, which allowed him to plead guilty and then accept a non-custodial punishment, a way of paying the money, restitution and compensation to the state. And then, but Justice Richie Bafo, Justice of the Court of Appeal, then gave him a roadmap to pay out of the 90 million. He had already paid 30 at the time that he was convicted. And a roadmap was giving him, you pay 20 in 3 installments, 20, 20, 20, okay, but within the quarter. Now, the first deadline to pay the 20 million elapsed, and then he had only paid 7 to 8 million. And then the court said, at least pay the first tranche. Then the court can look at how to, that could not happen. And so Justice Richie Bafo, the state made a case that custodial sentence should be imposed on him and 15 years in jail. He said that, look, he didn't know actually what went into the mind of Atoisian when he was making that decision. Let's hear from him.
Some of us have experienced times when we're tired, we're angry, we're hungry, or we're scared. and we end up making decisions that cost us a lifetime. I was not in Atu's head. I have seen the evidence. If I was by his side or I was whispering in his ears, I would have told him not to accept the plea bargain. When you believe you're correct and you have the right information, posterity will exonerate you. I think he himself has probably regretted that decision that he made. But we're not there to know what he was offered or what he was promised. You know, we are leaving here, going back to our friends and our families and colleagues. We don't know how it feels like when you've been separated from people you love for a week or 2 weeks or 3 weeks and people have betrayed you. We don't know how it feels like to be in that position or be in someone's head. So it's very difficult for me to say why he made that decision. I don't think it was.
So that is Dr. John Appiah. He's waging a case for the convicted William Atu Essien. And we understand that his health situation is not anything to write home about. So he's making the call for him to be free. He said, look, the man did not steal any money. Whatever money was given to Capital Bank was a loan, and the bank was paying the loan agreement as it used to be. And as has been with practice, once you lead the fort to secure a loan, there's a certain percentage that is paid to you in all of that. But I know with time, we'll be following up with the update on that. But I know today you are in Ablekuma.
Yes,
Yeah,
we're definitely fixed on Ablekuma North, and we'll bring viewers every update therein. Let's look at what the newspapers are reporting this morning. Hi there, you're welcome back. This is still GH Today, and of course, this is our extensive coverage of the Ablekuma North rerun. 6,839 people are expected to vote in 19 polling stations in that constituency. That will be a determinant on who represents the good people of Ablekuma North in Parliament throughout 2024 till 2028. Will it be NDC's Rabna Obing, or once again, Nanekwe Efie will come back for her seat that she lost in 2020? My guests have taken their seats this morning, is the usual suspect. Wilberforce Asari's political editor for Asase Radio. Elvis Dak, who is managing editor for the News Center, and our very own Ibrahim Alassan is our head of political desk here at the EIB Network. And of course, my name is Lily Mohammed. Good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning.
It's good to see you.
Good to see you again.
Yeah. We're talking Ablekuma North again, and this time around is a day for finality. The people will decide that, okay, this is the person who wants to represent us in Parliament. It's quite interesting that for a constituency that is predominantly an NPP seat, today the NPP is chasing it in earnest. And that should tell you how our democracy is growing over the years. Will it be a Rabna Obi this time around, or Nanekwe Efie will come back for the seats that was snatched from her in 2020? I mean, she came back for her seat during the primaries and she won, and she's representing the good people of Ablekuma North. The dynamics are quite interesting, and the 19 polling stations are predominantly something that should be a walk in the park for her. Yeah. Will that be cemented at the end of the day today? Let me start with you, Wilberforce.
Okay, so there's a total of 281 polling stations in this particular constituency, Ablekuma North. And so if you do the math, 19 minus 281, you get 262.
Yes.
So I haven't done my checks on what
it's been a smooth ride,
elections. Yeah. And all the 8 elections, the NPP has won that seat. Yeah. Unlike Akwetia, where there's been 8, NDC has won 3, NPP has won 5. So you can comfortably say Akwetia is swing. But Ablekuma North, even when it was very tight for the MPP in 2024, they still managed to win per the statistics by a vote difference of about 400. Even when it was very tight, the MPP lost a seat like Ayawaso West Wogon and lost other popular seats even in the Greater Accra region. So I think that it is good that the party has now joined it. Yesterday, I drove through virtually the entire constituency.
Okay.
I went round. I went from from Nyameche through Kwashiman, went through to Awoshi Junction, entered through Odoko, came out of the Odoko through official town, came back to Odoko Market through the station, and exited through Dakuman. And so I drove virtually everywhere, just trying to gauge the mood and all that. I think there's some excitement. And let's see the outcome of the result. What I want to say in conclusion is that we don't want any confusion in this 19 polling stations. We don't. Everybody just go cast your vote. When you finish, leave. When it is time for counting at 5 p.m., you may come back and come and observe the counting. These 6,000 people who are voting, I hope we get a high voter turnout. Assuming we are even going to have a 70% voter turnout. That means that we are looking at how many people? About 4,000 or so people coming to vote. Yes. That shouldn't be so much, even to count after the election. It shouldn't take any of the polling stations even 30 minutes to count the ballot after it closes. So we want a peaceful process, and hopefully we should have a parliamentary
candidate,
an MP elect for Ablekuma North to complete the 276 members of parliament for the 9th parliament of the Republic.
For a chaotic election in 2028. And that's exactly. That's what we have done. What we have done is just mobilize people to go and bend down electoral commission of it. The elections will be reorganized. Organized. That's what we have. The precedent we are setting. And for me, it's dangerous for this country to be going on this path. But people think we shouldn't talk. I will talk about it. Look, what has happened and what we are doing is so dangerous for our democracy. And if we are not careful, what will happen in 2028 will be more than what we have witnessed in any elections in Ghana. There is no need for this rerun. And the president being said by this that is a count and declare. All these anomalies and flip-flopping, we have decided to cover everything up with a rerun of election in Ablekuma. What it means is that in 2028, bend down anything you think you disagree with in the Electoral Commission, the state will find money to go and rerun it at a later date. And that is the precedent we are setting for this country. All the people who are supporting this rerun should know that if there's chaos in Ghana in 2020, they are all supposed to be blamed. Electoral Commission will be blamed, NDC will be blamed, NPP will be blamed. Everybody that participates in this rerun is responsible for whatever chaotic situation we have in 2028. Because the only way to avoid that chaos is to say, Electoral Commission, count the 3, declare. If somebody said it's not happy, let the person go to court, let the court give a direction, let the country follow that direction. It brings order. But when the Electoral Commission has disobeyed and disregarded a court order to go and count and declare, and that same Electoral Commission has been flip-flopping, there will be no rerun, left with 3 and all that, and all of a sudden, that same Electoral Commission there should be a rerun, and they both NDC and MPP find it necessary to be there. We do things thinking that, oh, it is what we're going to get today that matters. It is what will happen tomorrow. It should be more important to everybody. Everybody must take it that if there is chaos in 2028 elections, more than what we had in 2024, it is because this simple decision to rerun Ablekuma North. And I can bet you that it's going to be worse in 2028. Because as we speak, all the violence related to 2024 elections, not a single successful prosecution has taken place. Not a single successful prosecution. Police can smoke out anybody who has gone to commit any crime in any corner somewhere. But so far, the people who burned down Ablekuma station, the police are telling them they have not been able to smoke out anybody who is responsible for the burning down. So if we take critical look at what we have done, the things we think we are covering up with this by-election, it will explode in 2028. And it's going to be a very dangerous thing for all of us.
So you think we shouldn't have rerun this?
There's no room for rerun.
Okay.
A court order exists that go and count and declare.
Okay.
That is the order. We live in a democratic country. In a democratic country, when a court makes pronouncement, you follow. That is the Electoral Commission, the referee in an election. It's not just any ordinary person or ordinary institution. Electoral Commission is the referee in an election. There's this issue with the election. You said you have everything. A court will go and count and declare. Parliament calls the Electoral Commission, say we have everything. We have everything intact. We are left with only 3 to count, but we need protection. These are all things that are on record. Every Ghanaian, everybody outside Ghana who watched the parliament knows. Everybody that follows the elections knows that there's a court order that asks it to go and count. These things are all there. So if I have a plan to disrupt election and I see that this is how Electoral Commission has behaved, what is the motivation not to cause confusion in the next election? In fact, this is the main motivation for me to organize people to cause confusion, because even as at now, all the electoral violence arrests and everything, since the new president has been sworn, we've not heard anything about any further prosecution from the police. The cases have all died down. And let's remember that we are talking about this from a 2020 election when 8 people have died. Those 8 people that have died, up to now, no single successful prosecution of any of the cases. And we saw what has happened in 2024. We are setting the precedent that we want our election to be marred with chaos. In West Africa is setting such a bad precedent that is going to lead all of us into destruction in the future because of decisions of certain people. I was elated when NPP said they were not going to run, because I think that they want to set the record. But it's unfortunate the NPP party is in total disarray. Nobody is listening to the party leaders. It's like the party leadership doesn't have any authority anymore. Because for the general secretary to hold a press conference and say that the party decision-making body had decided that the party is not taking place in the election, is not taking part in the election. For the whole country, press conference, the whole world, everybody who watches knew what he said. And then in 24 hours' time, NPP members who want to be president, flag bearers are all over the place. And then the party people are now following. The question is, what kind of consultation went on before they took that decision that nobody should run? In fact, because of what MPP did, it's my prayer that they lose this election, this seat. Yeah, of course. No, because you caused it. If you tell your supporters that don't go and vote, we are not participating, and then you change your mind, why should the person be motivated to go and vote? And for me, I wish the supporters punish MPP by not going to vote, so that they know that when you create chaos, there is consequences for that. I'm telling you, and I don't know anything against the MPP candidate, but based on the decision taken by the party and the U10, which shows clearly that there's no control in the party. The leadership is not in control of the party. There's some confusion in the party. The party has no leadership. Somebody must set a precedent. And I wish that the people who are MP people in that constituency do not go to vote, so that they lose their seats. And then they let the party understand that you cannot do things and take yourself for free. If they win, that reckless decision and the U10 will be covered up, because they will say, after all, they've won. But if they lose the seats, and then they decide to find out why they lost, and then they can come back to that decision that they said national body took, and then in 24 hours, the candidates I'm running, flag bearers who want to be present are all flooding the place, and then the party say we are now contesting. For me, if there is any punishment, that's the punishment. For the Electoral Commission and all that they have done, they've done elections in Ghana, 275 declared, only one constituency left to be declared, few polling stations. But what they've done with this rerun, unfortunately, I'm not the person who will say that they failed. But if somebody decides that they should be removed tomorrow, it will be difficult for many people to jump to their defense. Because this thing that they have done, has made so many people disappointed in them. Even the hardliners who defend EC at any point in time. As I said, I defend institutions. And I will not say that EC has failed because of Ablekuma North. Because if you have elections in Ghana, you declare a president, you declare 275, and they left with 1. I will not say that that thing you didn't want is a mistake. But see, the reason it's dangerous is that they are the referee for the whole country's election. And elections can throw a country into chaos. And therefore, this flip-flopping that they did is dangerous for the next coming election. So if somebody says they are not fit for purpose, they should be removed, though statistically and performance is not justified. It is justified on grounds that we will not want this to be repeated in 2028. So people say that some seats are strongholds. 2024 elections should tell you that if there's anything called stronghold, we are virtually crossing that line.
Okay.
And NPP should be worried that seats that they say has been their seat all this while, they lost them in 2024 election. They should tell them that idea that certain seats belong to them. The Ghanaian people are saying, we are moving beyond that. We are deciding based on other reasons than what we think we decide on. It is a big lesson for them to know that if there's any party that really should learn more lessons from 2024, it should be NPP. That seats that they've never lost before. They lost a lot of seats in their traditional areas. So that idea that this place is my stronghold, they should think about it. NDC may not have that problem, because if you go to vote, which they say is their stronghold, NPP has not been able to win a single seat there in 2024. At least they have been able to keep a hold on their voter seats. So if you are losing seats that you say traditionally are yours, and you lost by margins that you yourself can see that is big, this is not the time for you to be taking this flip-flop decision. For me, politically, the decision not to run was good for NPP. Because the Electoral Commission has committed suicide already.
Okay.
And there's a lot of evidence backing you. That court has asked them to go and count. They refused. They disobeyed the court. They went to Parliament and said that it's left with 3. Now they are saying it's 19. So the Electoral Commission itself has committed itself, has made the public to know that something is wrong with how they are doing things. And since the Electoral Commission has committed all these blunders, you use it as a justification not to contest. Let NDC take the seat. But they have a strong basis to make a case to your party supporters and said, with what happened at that place, contesting was of no use, because clearly the EC is compromised. The EC there's evidence from the EC's own statements to show that they are not ready to do the right thing. It politically, it gives you that capital to mobilize your people to say, no, in fact, if the EC had done it, then our party don't right, we think it's right. It's time to mobilize and teach the EC a lesson in the next election that we can't win an election. You are taking this decision when you realize that you lost heavily in an election, and many places you call your stronghold, there was very low turnout. If you compare your final vote in 2024 to 2020, you lost almost 2 billion votes that you had obtained in 2020. This is not the time for you to be taking. So I saw it as, like, you understand, the party will find a way of helping you out. But this is a rallying point for us to say that, look, with the EC itself committing this suicide by flip-flopping on these decisions and refusing to obey a court order, politically, it's in their interest to say they are not running in this election. It would have helped. That's why I'm saying that with back and forth. If the voters should punish them to lose their seat, it will compound their problems in the party. In fact, it will compound their problems in the party if they should lose this thing because of the flip-flopping that they did. To compound their problems.
Okay. Ivy.
Well, so...
Do you also think that the NPP should not have gone against its initial decision not to contest?
That's where I would depart with my brother Elvis. I think the decision, and for want of a better word, I've seen many people chastise the General Secretary. And they single-handedly and solely hold him responsible for that announcement that the party was not going to partake in the process. Meanwhile, if you followed his address, he related to a decision that had been taken by National Executive Committee. So if he is the messenger, why shoot him? So you get a point. And unfortunately for him, other executives have showed up at Ablekuma North, assisting Equia with the campaign. Other members of the National Executive Committee were in Ablekuma North as late as last night, campaigning. What I expected from the party was a statement to put on record that, yes, we took this decision before we went to court. The court handed down a ruling. The ruling was to dismiss our injunction application. So now we have given our candidate the blessing to go ahead and contest. That will have cured all the difficulties that Elvis is relating to. But unfortunately, the EC, on about 4 separate occasions, was undertaking collation exercise. At the point, the EC was upfront and told the political parties that we don't have the results of these number of polling stations, over 30 of them. Then MPP says, oh, we have this, bring them. NDC says, oh, we have this, bring them. Now let's engage and come to an agreement and authenticate these results. So they did. Until they got to a number, mind you, it's not until they got to the 3 final results. NDC boycotted the process before we got to the last 3. We were here at the regional office of the EC. That was where the collation center was. And so there was then allegation that the results have been tampered with. At the point, the returning officers were called, the EC officials were called to come before the cameras to authenticate the result. Some of them actually ran away. Some of them could not. So the EC comes to a very compromised position that, you know what, NDC was demanding that we should run in over 30 polling stations, 37 to be specific. We are not going to grant the NDC that. The MPP is also saying that let's stick to the final 3. Based on the evidence before us, we cannot equally grant that. So you know what? We've been able to authenticate 18 out of the 37. So we won't rerun the process in those a rep in parliament. The EC feels, if I go this way, this party says this. If I go this way, this party says that. But I am the body, mandated with the responsibility constitutionally to be able to determine who the winner of a parliamentary election process is. So this is the decision I have taken. The MPP went to court. I urged the party to go to court. The MPP went to court, seeking an injunction. The court says, no, we cannot grant that injunction. I'm sure that what the Equia did was to look at the polling stations in contention. And I've looked at the figures. Those are strongholds of the MPP. There were many who had said that immediately after the decision was announced not to join the process, that the MPP had surrendered the seat to the NDC.
The NDC, mind you, did the same thing in Ayawaso West Wogon. You have no idea the barrage of backlash that Samuel Ofosu-Ampofo received from his own colleague executives by announcing on radio that the party had pulled out of the process, when there were other party people there who were still overseeing the process. He single-handedly announced on air that NDC, because of what had happened, NDC was not willing to partake in the process. There was a political backlash from within. So, yes, Elvis, I agree that by now we should have had a finality on this, and that would have been an official U-turn. And the U-turn would have been very convenient one, because you made a decision before you went to court. You might have been very confident that the court will rule in your favor. The High Court didn't. So therefore, as a democratic party, you are saying that regardless of your reservations with what the EC has done, regardless of your reservation of what even the High Court did, because obviously the NPP disagrees with the judgment, the ruling that came from the High Court, you are going to partake in the process. But you still register your displeasure at the processes. But here we are. Today, I'm just excited that at the end of the day, the people of Ablekuma North will have a parliamentary candidate elect. I've looked at the figures. Like I said, if you look at the 2020 elections results, right? But for the rewriting of the political history that Elvis related to, we shouldn't be here. The MPP has no reason to be fighting for this seat. Because look at the results in 2020. So Sheila Bartels, who had then dislodged Ekwefree, won with over 64% of the vote.
Yeah. And then NDC managed 34%.
Exactly.
Yeah.
64, 34. 4 years down the line, we are talking about 400. That MPP is saying that per its own computation, it won with a little over 400 votes.
But you also need to do the comparison in terms of voter turnout in the 2020 as compared to the voter turnout in the 2024.
That's not markedly different. Even the national average, we're looking at 65% for 2024. If you look at 2020 turnout, it's not that monumental by way of difference, by way of turnout. If you talk about turnout in MPP strongholds, yes, then you have a case. But the general national turnout. But you see, the interesting thing is that the adjoining constituency of Anyansotu, look at the outcome. NDC for the first time crossed the 40% mark. You get the point? If you go to Okankwe North, the NDC won the seat for the first time and retained it. If you go to Okankwe Central, Patrick Yabuama, NDC performed markedly better than it did in the past. The point I'm making is that, yes, there was a general apathy. And then there was also a general turn of events relative to our political history. But it's not too late. I think the MPP, on the score of the MPP, the decision it took, can still announce to us that officially, Nana Ekwefree has the blessing of the party. Otherwise, what Elvis talked about, which could be termed as indiscipline, which could be termed as the woman having gone rogue, which could be termed as a party that lacks leadership, it's an argument that will be advanced by their opponent, and they will advance that forcefully. But there's a cure. The party can still indicate that, indeed, the woman had its blessing. But I don't fault the woman at all for the decision she took. I don't fault her. You want her to surrender a seat and not fight and remain in the house when her party is in opposition for 4 years. But the dynamics are different. The decisions based upon which the electorate voted in 2024 are not the same now. The party that was in power is today in opposition. The party that is in opposition is today in power. These dynamics will all come to play.
Okay. Let's head to Ablekuma North. Our man on the ground, one of our men on the ground, Obed King Gaglo, he's crisscrossed this constituency. Even right from the 2024 elections, after the election, the coalition, he's been to the regional coalition centers. Today, he's back on ground and he's reporting from a particular polling station. I don't know yet. But, Obed, tell me which polling station you are. We're about an hour and 30 minutes into the elections. How many people are voting in that particular polling station? How many people have voted so far? Did the election start at exactly 7 a.m.? And paint was a vivid picture of what's happening on ground.
Right. Lily Mohammed, I am currently here at the Methodist Church St. Peter's Society here in Odoko, where both Rerun. And so I've been to 4 of these polling stations. I first went to the Church of Pentecost, Odoko Chimami, which has 2 polling stations, 4 and 2. And then I also went to the MTTD Odoko police station, and also now at the Methodist Church St. Peter's Society here in Odoko. As you are aware, these 19 polling stations are scattered all over. And so there are, which is the Church of Pentecost, Chimami, where he was there to also whip up interest of those who stay around there to ensure that the process goes on smoothly. And of course, because he's a government official, he took the opportunity to canvass for support for the NDC parliamentary candidate, Madam Irabna Obing. And so I can tell you that both political parties are on the ground. Their agents are here trying to ensure that the process goes on very well. So Lily, that's the situation here at the Methodist Church St. Peter's Society here in Odoko.
Okay, thank you very much. But what of candidates, Irabna and Nanekria? Have you cited either in any of these polling stations that you visited so far?
Right. All right. So I've...
Okay. I don't think technology is our best ally. I know that. Today is a busy day. A lot of people will be relying on technology and internet connectivity. Unfortunately, I lost over there, but I'm sure he'll get that information for us. So that was our man on the ground, one of our men on the ground. He's among 4 others on the ground for us on the EIB network. They'll be reporting live updates from Ablekuma North. He was currently at the Methodist Church St. Peter's Society polling station, and he reports that police presence is high. There's high security alert. Of course, this is an election that carries a lot of high stakes.
Network, we should be able to give you the results.
Even by 5:30.
Yes.
Latest by 5:30, we should be able to determine who's won that particular seat. Whether it's I have seen on social media Irabna Obing going around a few polling stations. I've seen that she's gone to the DVLA polling center at Awoshi Adamami. She's crisscrossing around that place, I'm sure, to whip up more interest for people to vote for her. It's quite an interesting scene to behold in Ablekuma North. And I said earlier that at this point, I wish I was a constituent in one of the 19 polling stations. Anyway, Elvis, let me come back to you. Oh, let me come back to you, Wilberforce.
Okay. Still on Ablekuma?
Yes.
Okay, so, Elvis made a point, which I recall the last week. I also made a similar comment, and that is that I feared the repercussions that this decision can have on 2028 because then people say that just disrupt the process if you see that you are losing, and then the EC will be compromised. It can't collate the results, and so we will have to do a rerun. Anybody who is thinking about doing that, just know that you will be on the wrong side of the law. If you're on the wrong side of the law, you never know what will happen in 2028. Maybe to be shoot to Ablekuma North. And the Ablekuma North situation, the EC is saying that it's a little bit peculiar, even though I don't see it as peculiar because at the polling station level, the results were clean. It was during collation that we had this confusion. So if the elections are won at the polling station, and polling station results are clean, then whether or not the EC was able to do the collation because of the confusion, they should still go ahead and declare the results because at the polling station level, it was clean. So that is the only addition that I'll make, that I understand Elvis's sentiments. I can appreciate the potential danger that it poses for us. But anybody who is thinking about that, just know that you are crossing the red line if you do that. And so don't cross the red line. Let's allow peaceful elections. Let's allow peaceful coalition. And whoever wins has won. Look, 4 years is just on the way. When Mr. Mohammed came to office, already 6 months is gone.
We're in the 7th month of the year.
Of the first year. So really, 4 years will come. The candidate that you want can come and run the elections again. So please, that is the only thing I'll say in addition to it. I'm following the portal from our newsroom, and I know that the process have started. It's going peaceful. There are security personnel on the ground. Let's maintain it this way until 5 p.m. I heard you talking about the timelines. This is a continuation of a previous election. The rules that prevail are the rules of the previous election. We cannot change the rules midway. So the rules of the 2024 elections per CI 127 applies to this ongoing process. Every one of them applies. Nothing can be compromised. So if the election is 7 to 5, this rerun also must run from 7 to 5. You can't change it. The collation process, everything is the same as the previous election. So that is what I will add to this matter.
Elvis, you want to come in again?
Well, I just want to tell Wilberforce and all viewers and all of you here that it's like, all he said is that we have not learned any lessons. And that is why 2020 will be chaotic. 2020, we allowed policemen to take arms to the site. 8 people were shot. They died out of election, right? 2024, so because 8 people died in 2020, security shouldn't take arms. Okay? Then people say, okay, if security is not going to take arms, they will mobilize macho men to the places. And we also what has been, even after the elections. So telling me that it won't happen in 2028, you're only dreaming. Is the basis why 2028 is a dangerous election that is coming. And that is what everybody must understand. So I will not sit here and pretend and be sending any caution to anybody. I'm saying that what we have shown as a nation, we are creating the room for danger in 2028. If by 2028 elections, 2020 people who are killed, nobody is convicted. All the people who engage in all the violence in 2024 elections, who did all the wrong things, arrested and given bail, nobody is convicted. You can never convince me that 2028 will not become chaotic.
Now, Elvis, talking about chaotic scenes, we're learning that one of our men on the ground, Kwabena Jekumbanahene, has been attacked in one of the polling stations in Ablekuma North as we speak. We're making frantic efforts to reach him so he can tell us what exactly happened. But, I mean, we're talking about chaos and already.
And this is just how many police stations?
19.
And even that, they say security presence is everywhere. People are being attacked. I'm telling you that the way we are managing election violence in this country, we are setting the grounds for a very dangerous situation in 2028. I am telling you, we are setting the grounds for a very dangerous situation in 2028. And if we all don't rise up and speak against it.
Unfortunately, this journalist was attacked, allegedly, by a police officer.
If we don't rise up and speak against what is happening in our elections, the violence part of our elections, if we don't rise up and talk about it, if we don't demand accountability, if we don't put pressure on the police, that from 2020 to 2024, all the people that have been arrested in relation to one incident or the other, we want the prosecution to be successfully done. If the person is not guilty, let the court pronounce. If the person is guilty, let the court pronounce. So that will be clear in our mind that these cases, we have finality. If we don't do that, and we keep pretending and covering them up, because the people who engage in it, their party is in power, so we won't do anything. 2020, they say, oh, those who engage in it, they are MPP people, say their party is in power. That's why nothing has happened after the arrest. 2024, they say, oh, those who engage are NDC people, and because their party has won, is in power. Both NDC and MPP are Ghanaians. When there's chaos, you may be NDC, you may be MPP. Violence and death from a chaos does not know party colors. It can kill anybody. So let's not sit here and be pretending that what is happening does not pose a danger to our nation. The moment we pretend and we cannot speak truth to power on platforms like this, we are condoning the violence that will happen in 2028. We must warn everybody. We must warn the state. We must warn the security agencies that until they take concrete actions and deal with these people, and we have finality, and we can mention that 2020, on this incident, this person was prosecuted successfully. This one, and we can have it, okay, that means that there's ground that if anybody do this, the person will be punished. That is the deterrence. By the fact that we are covering all the issues up, we arrest, we get them to court, they are granted bail, and that is the end of the case. And we don't hear any update, nothing. And we think that somebody will not do in 2028. We will just be dreaming to be thinking that way. Let's be realistic. If we want to save our country, if we want our country to be a safe country, no war, we must all be here to speak the truth. We shouldn't pretend. That pretense is what will lead all of us into distraction. We must come up. We must stand up We must speak the truth to power. We must demand accountability. We must ask the police to give us an update on all these cases from 2020 to 2024. Everybody arrested. What's the state of their cases? How frequent are they taken to court? Yeah. Let's get finality on these cases. Then anybody planning will know that when you are caught, you will not go scot-free. But if 2020, up to now, we don't have a finality of a single case, 2024, nobody is hearing anything. You are telling me that when it comes to 2020, nobody will be involved in violence. What are you talking about? In politics, the stakes are high. The people who want to win have interest why they want to win. They are the ones who hire all these people to go and do this violence. And you are telling me that if there's no deterrent for the people who are being engaged to do this, they will not. If somebody engaged, they will not do it. Please, let's be careful. First quarter report of the Small Arms Commission report was out yesterday. Gun violence is up 253%. We all know the level of small arms in this country that is going out. Galamsey is now bringing more arms. The last time that a gold board has arrested people, did you see the level of guns that they displayed? Yeah. We are living dangerously, and everybody thinks that we should pretend that all is well. The moment you continue to pretend all is well is when we are all going to suffer. We must open up, we must speak, we must condemn it, we must demand accountability. Without it, one day you'll be sleeping in your room and you hear that something is happening. If you are lucky and you don't die, somebody in your family may die. Some friend you know may die. Your child may die. That is why we must all speak against it. We are living dangerously, and we should not keep quiet over these issues.
Ivy, quite an unfortunate
so very
one.
unfortunate that a policeman in uniform had the audacity to slap a branded reporter. So we cannot say this was mistaken identity. And for what, we all don't know. But no matter what was happening, no policeman has a right to extend the hand to slap a reporter. Like I said, properly branded reporter. For what? And we are told that the Greater Accra mayor had to come to his rescue, had to come to his aid. You can imagine what that meant. And this is a limited process of just 19 polling stations. Why on earth should we get to a point where it's even before 9 a.m., a police officer has found a need to slap a journalist, to slap a reporter? For what? And thank God all this happened in the full glare of not just the public, but the cameras as well. And I hope, of course, we will take this up, but I hope that the institutions responsible will equally ensure that this is dealt with. Because under no circumstances must any police officer have the right to even think that I'm well within my right to slap somebody.
And somebody who is well branded, who is represented, who is there not just because the person wants to be there, the person is there to work.
You see, you are complaining. Give me the record of attacks on journalists that are successfully prosecuted in this country.
Yeah, that's another challenge, yes.
I'm telling you that we talk. We don't do anything. We don't demand accountability. You can count the number of journalists that were attacked by the security agencies in this country. Give me the numbers that have been successfully prosecuted. This is what I'm telling you. It will continue to happen so long as there's no deterrent. Beating the journalists, the security man, he will go scot-free. Because they have done it in the past and nothing has happened to them. They consistently, security people are beating journalists in this country. And do you know why? They said that we are the ones who expose their wrongdoings. We are the ones who go and say things that they do wrongly and they get punished. Sometimes they are reduced in rank. Sometimes they are shamed and all kinds of things. So for us as journalists, we are like endangered species when we are anywhere that the security services. They have a mindset that we are their opponent. And they will attack us anytime. So if we are complaining, which is right, why we need to complain? We should ask ourselves as journalists, how many of our colleagues that have been attacked by police have been given justice? How many? They attack us all the time, no justice. A week or two, we talk about it, and the issue dies out. It's covered up. So they will continue to do it. But when there is deterrence, when a policeman gets to jail for beating up a journalist, and it is out there, a policeman will fear to attack a journalist.
You see, and it means that people are not respecting the laid down rules that govern the 2024 elections, because this is an extension of the 2024 elections. If you are not identified per the guidelines from the Election Security Task Force, you are not expected to be at any polling station. So where are these unidentified security men from? when the police assured all of us yesterday that they had deployed enough men, we expected to see policemen properly branded and then with their name tags and identified. So where from these? I said, and I agree, because of the limited nature of this exercise, it's regular with by-elections. Almost everybody's attention is there, so the political parties are equally able to also deploy their tags. We passed a law in Parliament. I remember when I was there, talking about Vigilantism and Related Offences Act and what have you, is supposed to bring to an end of these political party vigilante groups. We're lying to ourselves, right? And we know very well that we're lying to ourselves. Both parties, NDC and PP, they still have those able-bodied men, macho men. They have them, and they use
walk
them.
around with them.
Oh, of course.
If we record violence in this ongoing process at these 19 polling stations, then I'm worried. Then I'm extremely worried because this ongoing rerun should not record violence. It should not, under any circumstance.
These are just 19 polling stations.
If we record any little glitch of violence, I'm worried. Then I agree with Elvis that we are in for chaos.
This 2024 was a dress rehearsal for what we're going to see.
No matter whatever it is, the security architecture on the ground should ensure that we don't record any violence, because if we do, then I'll be very, very, very worried. This is a very small process. 6,000 people expected to vote. We don't even expect all the 6,000. Some are going to work. Some are going to travel and all that. So if we cannot have peaceful process with this small one, then what about the entire country, that by the time we are voting in 2028, we are looking at a voter population of 20 million. Because the last one, we had 18 million. So by 4 years' time, we are talking about 20 million. I'll be very worried. So whatever it is, the security people should take charge and ensure that this violence doesn't happen.
I know you have to leave us, but I wanted us to touch on the National Cathedral issue briefly before you take leave of us. The National Cathedral project has come up again for discussion. The new government, which opposed it vehemently, I mean, there were a series of issues raised about it, where they talked about, we have sunk a lot of money into the biggest hole in the world, spent so many dollars into that particular hole. Now the same government is in power and says we want to convert that space into a national convention center. I'd love to hear from you, but let me make some quick money. I'll be back shortly. You're welcome back to the show. This is our extensive coverage of Ablekuma North Rerun and then also GH today. Let me go. We're talking about Ablekuma North a while ago, and I mentioned to you that one of our reporters on ground has been attacked by a police officer. Kwabna Ejekum Banahine, he's our man on the ground. He's one of our men on the ground. Kwabna, thank you very much. First off, are you safe? Are you okay?
Thank you very much for having me. Currently, I'm not safe in the sense that I can see one of my eyes is shaking. In fact, I was sitting behind a maze cellar. So I was sitting there and I was trying to watch whatever is going on. Like report. And I told him, I can't leave because I cannot report issue when I go. He just slapped me in the face for no reason. And I have not done anything. I didn't speak back to him. I never insulted this officer. I was just sitting down there behind a missile at Pentecost police station number 2. And he just came to me, slapped me in the face for no reason. So the Akamayo came and then he interfered. And so he had to go and call this officer. But you see, I can see that the officer has a quick temper. And so when he was asking me to leave the premises, and I refused, then he slapped me. And so I was here and they saw the regional commander who came here. In fact, they came here and asked me to do an official complaint at the police station. And so this is what happened.
And the official yet. Banahene, can you hear me? I'm asking, have you lodged the official complaint yet?
I'm about to leave the premises to go to the police station.
Oh, okay. But when these police officers, I have seen the video, when they accosted you, didn't they see that you were in a branded material?
My dear, in fact, they might saw it that I'm wearing a jacket of GHOne. Okay? So I just showed him the previous election, and I told him, I just showed him, I stood up from the chair and I showed it to him. But he still went ahead to ask me to move out from the premises. I said, no, I can't go. What if I go and something happened? What would I report? That's the issue. And he was pushing me to leave the premises. No, I can't go. And he slapped me. He just slapped me. As I'm talking to you now, my shade is broken. I was wearing shades and the shade is broken. He slapped me in the face. I'm not doing anything to anybody. You understand? So right now, I'm about to leave the premises and go and do official complaint at the police station.
Kwabna, please lodge the complaint. We'll come back to you later, but please be safe out there. Quite unfortunate. We'll follow this up to the letter to ensure that justice prevails. This is not the first time a reporter has been attacked, not just for EIB, but for a lot of journalists who've been attacked, and it is always swept under the carpets. At one point, Mutala Inusa was attacked in court. We've chased this issue back and forth, and we're still chasing it. The police deem it that it is their right to attack journalists, and this has got to stop. We're in this with you. We're working together on the ground with you. Why attack a journalist when the journalist is simply doing his work, when he's in a branded uniform doing his work? Why are current police officers we're seeing? It's either they are trigger happy or their hands move freely without recourse to the law. Why break the law when you are a man supposed to protect the law? That's quite unfortunate. I mean, gentlemen, this is uncalled for. Your colleagues are having an interaction with a journalist, and then you come out of nowhere and slap the journalist. For what reason? Whatever it is, if you want the journalist out of your sight, you can simply ask him to move. He's there to work, same as you are there to work. This is sad. I mean, we have always seen attack on journalists, but it's high time this has got to stop. Ivy.
Yes, and like we mentioned that we also, Banahene was not the only reporter in the picture. There is a gentleman who equally works with the original TV. He was there. For some strange, in fact, he was not even branded. He was not wearing any
He was in
branded.
the African print
and
shirt.
you could clearly tell that there were other police officers who were engaging Banahene. If you wanted them to leave where they were, that is exactly what to do. You engage and you let them see reason. Sometimes you even cordon off the inner perimeter and say that journalists, reporters, you can report from here. Because if they are not closer, sometimes you even have to go and then engage the presiding officer or the returning officer, other colleagues were doing by engaging the reporter was needless. It was useless. And that all of you live here. And that comes with a slap.
We hope the IGP takes this up. Fortunately, we have video evidence of this particular police officer.
Yeah.
This should not be countenanced in any shape or form. But let's go back. I know you want to take a bite at it.
It's a very clear evidence that the police officer in question breached their own conduct, their own police conduct, because there were several officers. From the video, I can count 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5 of them. And so 4 were clearly engaging with the journalist, and the other one impatiently runs around them and comes to push the journalist. And whilst the conversation is ongoing, he slaps the journalist. So obviously, this is a police officer who is impatient, is not ready to go through proper processes. And look at, after that incident, you even see 2 of the police officers trying to escort the journalist away. Whatever the confusion is, whatever the problem is, it would not have been solved with the slap or with the attack on the journalist. It will be solved with a discussion, which was already ongoing before this police officer comes from behind to come and push the journalist and proceed to slap him. Unacceptable. Completely unacceptable.
And anyway, you see, the point, people are not even looking at it well. After the slap, his own colleagues could not confront him that what he did is wrong. What they are rather do is to push the journalists away. I told you it's a mindset, because nothing will happen to them. Watch the video carefully. Instead of their colleagues confronting him and say, look, what you did is wrong. None of the police officers confronted their colleagues. The best they could do rather to push the journalists away, meaning the journalists at fault. Looking at the video, you the journalists are also, you live here. What is there anything there that the journalist cannot be where he is? Exactly. Nothing. What is there that the journalist cannot be there? So you see, I've said it's a mindset thing. Because if really they are true police officers, all of them there, and their colleague slaps a civilian, somebody should be able to tell them, my friend, what you have done is wrong.
It's wrong.
But if you look at the video critically, no single officer turned to him and said, what you have done is wrong.
All the
but rather, the journalists are wrong, so let's push them away. So they push them away. This is how we should look at the video. So it means that what their colleague has done, even those there, they justify it. They justify it. Because if they do not justify it, they should rather be confronting their colleague and said, what you have done is against the law. You have no right to assault anybody.
If you watch the video, even after he was being escorted,
he's trying to go and beat him up. And that's why I'm saying that none of his colleagues even restrain him or even should point out to him that what he has done is wrong. They rather still, because they have the mindset that the journalist is wrong. So the best thing is rather to push the journalist away. And then he also try to go and beat him again. So you see, the police officers, all of them, do not even realize or admit or accept that what their colleagues have done is wrong. Because if they know what they've done, he's not, I've not heard what he said, but he don't raise his hand. So even assuming without admitting that he even uttered something that you don't like, a slap, a physical assault is not a solution. So the fact that his own colleagues did not even restrain him after the slap, they could not even turn to me and say, my brother, what you have done is wrong. But they found it necessary rather to say, oh, you the journalist, you are at fault, so you live here. That is the kind of mindset I've been telling you. And as I said, this is why I hate it when people are telling me that, oh, the future will be better. The thing that has happened in the past cannot be addressed. And they keep repeating itself, we are not addressing it. And we are of the view that it will not repeat itself. On what basis? It has happened in the past, no punishment. It's not the address. Yes, it's happening in no punishment. It will happen again. If this gentleman tomorrow, the police discipline committee quickly says, what you have done is unprofessional, dismissed. It sends a strong signal to the police service that you are there to protect the civilian, not to attack them. Everybody will be, hey, now if you attack a civilian, you will be there. That has successfully prosecuted and concluded. So it means that you can attack journalists in this country for free and work free. Nothing will happen to you, especially if you're a security person. That's one day you are above the law. That is what we have been facing. And we are not ready to confront them, okay? And then we are here, we'll complain, talk one or two, and that is it. No, we shouldn't get to that. We should go beyond that.
Okay, let me, well, first, let me come back to you. We're talking about the National Cathedral Project.
Well,
and, government's new posturing on them.
Yes, so there's a situation. there's a clear situation. The situation is that one government conceived the idea, led by President Akufo-Addo, as he then was. And another government has had to inherit the project. But before they inherited the project, so much was said to the point that the construction site was literally referred to as a hole. But everybody who knows a little bit about construction, when you are building a building that has an underground or has a basement, you have and politicized
the biggest project. Hole in the wall.
Yes, politicized the project. Essentially, the project was first supposed to be a national cathedral, and then subsequently, those who conceived the idea realized that there could be more. So they extended it and added other elements that could bring revenue to the entire project. Bible museum, restaurant, and other facilities. But because of the way it had been politicized, it becomes very difficult for the new government that was largely responsible for the criticism, or its elements were largely responsible for the criticism, to come back and come and tell us that they are going to continue the National Cathedral. It will be like committing suicide. So perhaps the compromise is to say that instead of calling it National Cathedral, we are going to make it a National Cultural Center. In Ghana or in Accra, do we have a cultural center? Do we have any facility that we can call our cultural center?
A center for national culture?
That's an institution.
That's an institution.
Okay.
We have the National Theatre, which hosts most of our
creative art.
Art events and all that. We have the cultural center close to Kwame Nkrumah Museum, where we sell our cultural artifacts and all those kind of things. So I'm beginning to think that the current administration perhaps realizes the importance of that project, which is called the National Cathedral. The evidence of it was the fact that when we were doing our national Thanksgiving as Christians, we sat outside to do the Thanksgiving at the forecourt of the State House. That's where we sat, outside. It means that as a country, if we wanted to do this Thanksgiving, which is being institutionalized on an annual basis, we don't have a room where we will go and sit to do it. But when we went to when we went to our Muslim brothers to continue with the Thanksgiving, we did it at the National Mosque in their facility, so that if there was going to be any rain, there will be shelter. So it is a signal to the Christian world in our country that it's not like anybody is trying to play the religious card. But the truth of the matter is that if we're holding a national event, Christian in nature, we don't have a place where we can go and sit and call a cathedral to do that service. We don't have it. But our Muslim brothers and sisters find it necessary to have such a facility at the national level. So without sounding like we are competing with each other, let's be at par. That is all. Let's be at par. So that if we are going for a Muslim Thanksgiving, we will go to the National Museum, the National Mosque. When we are going for a Christian Thanksgiving, we go to the National Christian Center. So right now, irrespective of the name, whether we are calling it National Cathedral, or we are calling it the National Convention Center, or we are calling it the National Cultural Center, irrespective of it, let's still build a facility. We have invested huge sums of money in the design, in the foundation. The project is 8% complete. As we speak today, the project is 8% complete. We are left with 92% of work to be done. The 92% of work to be done can be done within a space of 6 months. If we raise all the monies and raise the structure, they are steels. We'll raise that structure within 6 months. It will be standing there. So I understand the compromise, but let's still build, and let's complete the building, irrespective of the name that we give to it. After all, President Kufuor built the Jubilee House. He called it Jubilee House. When Mr. Mohammed came, he changed it to Flagstaff House. When the Kufuor came, he changed it back to the Jubilee House. If President Mohammed decides today to change it back to the Flagstaff House, all that is important is that we built a facility and we are using it as the seat of our government. That is all that will matter as we speak today.
Okay.
So irrespective of who built it, how it was built, who financed it, today it is serving the country as the seat of government, irrespective of the name we give to it.
Yeah.
So we can change the name from National Cathedral. We can change the name to whatever we want. But we want the facility so that if we Christians want to do national events plus other national events, they can all go and do it there. What is important now is to build.
Okay. Wilberforce will have to take leave of us for now. Thank you very much. That's Wilberforce Asare. He's editor for Asase Radio. Elvis.
Yes.
Do you support that we should just build, whether or not it's a national cathedral, national cultural convention center?
Me, Elvis, would never support public money being used to build a religious facility. And let me put it on record. Nobody should compare Cathedral with the National Mosque. National Mosque was never built by public money. Sure. National Mosque was situated in Rollins Park. Rollins went to demolish the place for whatever he wants to. They asked government that you demolish our building, you took our land, give us a different land. The president gave them Kanda. It's their own land has been replaced. No, the state didn't even give them the land. Their own land is just a replacement because the state took over their land where the original mosque was. That mosque, the government did not spend a peso. The Muslim community who deemed it necessary that they need to do it, decided to build it. I heard there were a lot of financial back and forth issues about it. Finally, they decided to go to Turkey to go and look for an NGO to come and help. And the NGO from Turkey came in to help build the National Mosque. So comparing the National Mosque, and because of that, we should use state money to build a Christian institution, is completely not comparable. That is number one. Number two, as I said, Elvis, I will never support the use of public money to build any religious facility. If religious people in this country, I am a Christian, if those of us who are Christians believe that we need a national monument where we want to have national Christian event, we want to go and hold it, let all of us come together as Christians, contribute the money and build it, like the Muslims have done for their own. If we also feel that we can't find the money, or maybe there's some NGO in Israel or in America or somewhere, we can go to go and look for money to come and do it. Let's do it. At least the Muslims in Ghana realize that they themselves are not able to finance the facility. They look for help. And they got it from Turkey and they built it. If we also want to do something like that, let Christian community build it, not the state. Because the state getting into religious issues, I don't want it. We are a secular state. And so we should not do that. And then people say, okay, then why is that the government subsidizes Hajj? And I said, that one is a conversation we can have. This one, we are talking about a facility. So let's have the facility. When it comes to conversation about Hajj and others, we can have it. Okay. If you look at this facility called National Cathedral, the things that are supposed to be in National Cathedral included a museum for Ghana's Christian journey. There's supposed to be a Bible, a museum of Africa. There's supposed to be a garden of scripture. There's supposed to be chapels, prayer rooms, and a civic hall. And there's supposed to, these are the religious things in it. And for me, I don't think that public money should be used to build all these things. However, within the same facility, there is a multi-purpose hall to host conferences. And this multi-purpose hall is supposed to hold all kinds of conferences, whether theaters, whether international conference, the rest, all that. I ask myself, if we say we are building a multi-purpose conference center for the whole of West Africa, if there's going to be any event, it should be held there. I support it. Because, see, on the whole of Sub-Saharan Africa, the convention center in Durban is like the biggest on the continent. After Durban, do you know where you find the next best? It's Rwanda. If Rwanda can do it, we can do it. And you see, I have said, when we fought and got after headquarters in Ghana, I saw it as a big opportunity that after being headquarters in Ghana, it's an opportunity for us to put up the best conferencing facility in West Africa. So that every conference that is supposed to be held in terms of trade, economy, business, and the rest, Ghana can make the case that we have the best facility. And we are hosting the headquarters of AFTA. And therefore, having such conferences in Ghana will be the best thing to do. If we have purposed and focused on that, I believe that this cathedral will not have any problem, because it will not be named a cathedral. It will be called a National Convention or something center. And that is what would have been beneficial to all of us. Okay. Because if we have built a major conference center, the whole of West Africa, if you want to do any major conference in West Africa, Ghana has the best facilities. We will be one of the best in West Africa to do that. And I would have supported that. But so long as the name and most of it is about religion, gardened and done in a way that you will not want to go anywhere to go and do an event by that place. So we should rather think about that. So this thing that the government has announced and the focus is on cultural and something, my suggestion to them is that the cultural should just be a small part of it. But the bigger part should be that we want to be known as the best center of excellence for any conference that will happen about trade in Africa. And we have the best facility in the whole of West Africa. Okay. I believe that it has more potential and benefit to us than us to go and repurpose it to only a cultural center. I think it is not good enough for just being a cultural center. We can reconvert the national, the international conference center. We can repurpose that for just cultural events. Okay. But I think that it's not even needed if we are building a bigger facility and we can incorporate all these things in it and put after headquarters there. Okay. Maybe even the Ministry of Trade will be operating from there. Anything have something to do with trade, we relocate them into that space to make use of the building.
All right.
Okay. All right, Elvis.
So just 1 minute. My issue is with the resistance from the Secretariat. I don't know, so far it's government that has spent so much money. It's the government that gave the land, right? So whatever government says it wants to do is what the state wants to do. There cannot be any resistance from the Secretariat. So when I saw the statement from the Secretariat, I was taken aback, to be honest. That's the only thing I want to say about that.
The government can revoke the Secretariat.
That's the point.
Anyway, gentlemen, I'll take a break here, and then Musa Dankwa will join us. So that's Elvis Dakwa Nibai, and my name obviously is Lily Mohammed. I take a break here. When I return, Musa Dankwa will join us. What's data suggesting? Data prior to 2024 elections, data ahead of this rerun. He has mentioned before that the NDC is going to have a field day, but the NPP has done a lot of canvassing in the last 24 and 48 hours. Will the dynamics change? I am back shortly. Stay with me.
Give me the beats.
Right. That's right. That's right. That's right. That's right. Energy. Energy.
Miss Aquaba Season 4 shows live every Saturday at 8:30 p.m. on GHOne TV.
You're welcome back. This is our extensive coverage of Ablekuma North elections rerun here on the EIB network. We're live on TV, we're live on radio, we're live across all social media platforms and all our affiliates across the country. My name is Lily Mohammed. I'm being joined in studio by the Executive Director for the Global Info Analytics, Musa Dankwa. He's done extensive work on Ablekuma North prior to 2024 and even prior to this particular rerun. Mr. Dankwa, you seem tired. How are you?
I'm surviving.
But let's look at Ablekuma North. Let's put it in focus. Prior to 2024, what were the numbers looking like? Because this is a predominantly NPP seat.
Oh yes.
I mean, it's one of the safest seats apart from Dom Kwabena.
Yeah, you when you are counting the safest seats, you put Dom Kwabena, Ablekuma North, Tema Central.
Yeah.
As the safest MPP seat, and also Trobu.
Yes.
And Anyatu, these five, they were solid blue. We saw what happened in 2024. Tema Central, which used to be very, very blue, became light blue to the extent that it was disputed. That's how close it was. And then you see Patrick Boama, of all people, struggling to win his seat. And then you have almighty Dami Kwabena falling like a chip. I mean, that should have told everybody that things are not the same again in Greater Accra. And before the elections in Ablekuma North, we did, I think, 3 or 4 polls in Ablekuma North. But the very last one, which was somewhere in October, showed a very close race with the NDC candidate leading with a whisker.
If you say close race, what were the margins?
You know, just under 1%.
Under 1%?
Yes.
Okay.
And then you have...
For a constituency that in the last election in 2020 had 64% for the NPP and the NDC recording just around 34%?
Yes. And see, in polling, when a ruling party is almost neck and neck with the opposition candidate, and you have time to go, it is highly unlikely the ruling party candidate will surge.
Okay.
Because they don't have the momentum. The momentum is usually with the opposition. And as we saw, everywhere the NDC was even behind, they ended up winning that race. So in a situation where she was leading, though with a whisker, it was going to be very difficult for MPP to have won that seat. Now, on the day of the elections, we did an exit poll in that constituency.
Okay.
And we spoke to people who have just voted and were going home and asked them to tell us who they voted for. In fact, we gave them a device to punch the picture of the candidate they voted. We don't want them to tell us to feel a bit uneasy. So we gave them a device. Take the device, look at the pictures, punch the picture of the person you voted for. And they did. And at the end of the day, the NDC was projected to win Ablekuma North. So the polls prior gave them a slight edge. And then the exit poll gave them a good lead on the day. But certainly, you know, every poll has margin of error. Things could happen and a number of things could change. Fast forward to today. In fact, in the last 3 weeks, during the June-July tracking poll, we selected Ablekuma North as part of the areas we were covering within the national tracking poll. So we asked people their views in the constituency. And the views were not different. In fact, far better than many places where NDC hold the seats.
Okay, what were these views?
You ask them, what do they think the country is headed? Where? Right direction or wrong direction? You have 86% saying right direction. And the 1% saying wrong direction.
Okay.
No opinion around 13% or 12%.
Okay.
You ask them, what do you think about John Mahama's performance as a president? 87% said they approve of the way he's doing his job.
Okay.
Again, and the 1% saying that he's not doing well. 12%.
These under 1% were we able to decipher whether they were NPP members?
No, in fact, we deployed about, I think, 190 something samples there.
Okay.
Only one person was saying wrong direction or don't approve. Only one. And in the sample contained 30% MPP voters.
Okay.
Among the 190 something people we interviewed, 30% were MPP, 10%, 40% were NDC, and 29% were floating voters. So even that block, it contained several MPP voters, but only one person was going in the wrong direction. So things have changed dramatically in that constituency. And if you come to the economic situation in terms of people's living standards, we asked them whether, compared to a year ago, their living standards today has improved or not. About 81% said it has improved.
Okay.
And then you ask them, is it going to get better in the next 12 months? Overwhelmingly, again, in the 80+ range, saying that they believe it's going to improve. Then we ask them, okay, in the short term, within the next 3 months, do you think price of goods and services will reduce, or it will increase, or it will not change? Overwhelmingly, they believe it's going to reduce. So these are what we call the leading indicators, leading data that will tell you what will happen in the Ablekuma North today. You don't need to be a soothsayer. The numbers are telling you in advance what these guys could do.
When the NPP as a party announced that they will not partake in this rerun, were you surprised?
I wasn't surprised.
Why?
Because if I was in their shoes, I won't contest. Well, I know what will be coming. And in an era where you want to create an impression that the government is unpopular, you don't want to be proven wrong.
Okay.
Yes. If you carry that mantle and you go there and you lose and you say, so after all they are popular. So you don't seem to take part, because if you have a reason not to take part, then don't take part. That's why you are seeing this connect between the party and the local base. Because the party doesn't want to fully get involved officially.
Okay.
So that they can say that, look, we didn't take part officially. We didn't put the entire party machinery in the constituency to kind of whip people to go out and vote. It was local decision that the MP felt she has to, put herself up again, and we allowed that. And okay, but the party officially hasn't said they are contesting.
Now, let me take you a little back to 2024. When you did your polls, what were the reason for the decision to vote in a certain direction? I mentioned earlier that this was one of the safer seats for the NPP. What were electorates looking at for reason they are looking a certain direction, contrary to what they were used to?
Look, you first look at the presidential. The whole country was in a different mood.
Okay.
At the time, about 62% of voters were saying Ghana was headed in the wrong direction.
Okay.
62%.
Okay.
And then if you look at people's standard of living, over 55% say it's gotten worse. You ask them whether it's going to improve in the next year or not. Absolute majority says no, it will not improve. So the economy was the key factor in determining how people voted. And indeed, in Greater Accra here, when there's an economic crisis, it affects Accra more than other regions.
Because this is where we have a chunk of numbers.
Accra got the hit. And everybody from MPP stronghold to NDC stronghold felt the pinch. And they decided to vote with their pocket in the last election. Besides that, when it comes to local level, some of the MPs actually didn't do anything in terms of development, even though they're not agents for development. But they were not seen to have influenced development to be brought to their areas. And MPP successfully removed some of them. those who were very unpopular. And those who even came to replace them could not survive because the sins of the father was so grave that people couldn't forgive anybody who was wearing MPP ticket.
Now, fast forward to today, the portion of the Electoral Commission and then the final determinant that we're going to rerun for 19 polling stations. Were you particularly surprised? Would you have wished the EC had taken that decision earlier? I
think so. Especially when they realized that some materials have been destroyed. Because every elections that we've had, you must keep the materials for a certain number of years before you can even destroy them. But if you don't have evidence to back the results you have collated, then somebody can challenge the basis of that election. I believe that the destruction of certain ballot materials may have impacted the number of polling stations they are considering now, or they didn't have the foundation document. But I was surprised that it took them so long to arrive at this conclusion. It shouldn't have taken them this long.
There are some political actors or political watchers who say that, well, the government of the day may have influenced this.
Over the EC? Well, if that is the thinking, I mean, it's not that long before MPP left power. That's even that situation was also existing. I think we should be able to have an institution where this will not be the kind of thing that we say about such institutions. I think in many cases, we've allowed that perception to be created and for people to make such allegations with a bit of suspicion. And I think for us to be in a situation where the same governing party now in opposition are accusing the body they appointed, it tells you that both parties play the same game.
For the seats that the NPP won in the last election, do you think the issue of vote buying played a role? Because we're seeing vote buying in this particular rerun as well.
No, I don't think these people learn any lesson at all. Before the polls, we asked voters what action they would take when offered bribe or inducement to vote for a candidate. Nearly 85% somehow said they would take the money and vote the way they intend to vote.
The way they intend to vote, which was against them.
If they are voting for A, you giving them money will not change them to vote for B. No. Only 7% said they will take money and change their vote. That means that if you are doing this business, you are in for a loss. You will not win. And in fact, you even make some other people angry and vote against you. So time has come for them to use data to decide what to do. And what they are doing, they should stop doing it. But there's no return for it. Look, if the person is your own party person and he doesn't want to go and vote because, and you give him money, that may just influence the person to go and vote, but not to go and change their vote. Maybe it may cost him 200 cedis not to go to job, but so if you give him 200 cedis so that he can waste the time to go and vote, fair enough. But it will not change anybody's mind. It won't. And in fact, and this is the very reason why subsequent elections, they struggle. Because then you have to pay. The payment doesn't stop. You must appeal to the conscience of the people, development-oriented. I mean, good words backed by strategy to convince or go into the mind of that person to know what would influence that person to vote for you. And then you take that steps. But here, we just do things anyhow.
Let's look at the candidates themselves. Ekwefie was their MP in 2016. She lost to Sheila Battles in 2020. She came back in 2022-2023 for the seat, and she won. Now, there was a lot of acrimony between her and her predecessor.
Sheila, yeah.
Do you think that accounted for, if the results are anything to go by, the defeat that she was suffering?
I think it played a part. I mean, both candidates from MPP engaged in a very acrimonious primaries with a whole lot of allegations flying around. And you end up winning eventually. There are people who will be on the other side who will not show up to vote for you. And in fact, before the polls, the last survey we did in Ablekuma North, about 10% of voters said they were not going to vote.
And what was their reason?
I mean, some of them disappointed with the government performance.
Okay.
They have voted several times. They haven't seen any change in their lives. So why should they bother? It wasn't different from what they told us on the election day, why they didn't vote, some of them. So, I mean, post-election.
Now, even after the NPP said that we're not going to partake in this, a lot of supposed party bigwigs have been in Ablekuma North, the various polling stations. Do you think that will make an impact?
I think he will make an impact.
Looking at, I mean, what your polls have suggested.
In fact, in the recent survey that we did in Ablekuma North, in the MPP race, Kere Japon, among people we call them committed voters, was on 78%.
Okay.
And Baumia was on 18%. So it means that if you deploy such a person in such constituency, he will have the most impact. He may be able to galvanize his people. That's where using data counts.
Okay.
You know, he is the best foot we can put forward in that constituency. Let's deploy him early. But that it was too little, too late. They sat down for weeks saying that they won't contest, For them to say, okay, now we are going to contest at the local level.
But he also agreed that election is about numbers. He has the numbers. Prepare your data.
No. What I'm saying is that, look, if they have deployed him much earlier, the apathy will not be as high as probably we're going to see today. I don't know from the numbers so far. I don't think we'll have the same turnout as we did in the
you are projecting a low voter turnout?
Yes.
Even with all the various armies, the blue army, the green army, the big political figures crisscrossing those polling stations?
Look, there will be lower turnout.
Okay.
If you see higher turnout, those numbers will be for NDC. They have a reason to go and prove a point. Right? And MPP really don't have a reason why people should go and vote against the sitting government. There is something they should have done. They haven't done. I'm not going to say it right now. It's too early.
Maybe. I mean, some people who haven't voted yet are listening.
So that's why I don't want to make those arguments. But there are things they could have done better that would have probably given them a bit of But
do you think is too late, a little too late for whatever you think that they should have done?
Yeah, it's too late. It's too late.
Elections, we're just 9:47. We have how many hours more till the polls close?
You must see people. Some people
polls will close at 5.
Some people must have even gone to work,
and they will come back to vote.
Well, that's if they have a good reason to come back and vote. You must let the people know that there is something to prove in this election. If that thing is lacking, why should he leave his job at 3 o'clock to come and vote? What is the motivation? What is he coming to get?
Be a known face when it comes to the ballot in the constituency. What does Irabna Obing have over here that will make Irabna Obing emerge winner eventually, if per the data, what we're looking at is anything to go by? Is it just the candidates? I mean, we talk about numbers. Is it just the candidates? Or it is the general...
That's what it's the general mood. See, a lot of the NDC people who won their seat, it wasn't because they were exceptional candidates. It was because they were on the ticket of NDC, and the mood of the country at the time was for a change. We are here today, Irabna Obing against Nanakuye Free. What is most likely to carry either of them across the finish line? For the NDC candidate, she has a party in power. She has the most popular president so far, well, per data so far. She has the mood of the country completely different from what it was. And if she was in a polling position before the election, where would she be now? That things has improved. So you see, the dynamics and the data that you analyze and the environment will give you a clear sign of where this will go. You don't even need soothsayer because people are rational. People are rational. And among those who said the country is going in the right direction, include 30% of MPP people. How would they vote today? And again, I've heard something that they said if they vote, you must know the sentiment of the people in the constituency with regard to that issue. Whether that issue is a vote winning or vote repelling. If there are people in that area who support somebody's third term, and you go with this message, you rather galvanize them. So you must really be careful.
Okay.
You must really be careful.
At the previous administration, in President Akufo-Addo's first term, I mean, these were the general sentiments too.
Absolutely. Speaking to what people are saying, if you want to play to that gallery, then you might be in trouble. Because opinion changes over time, of course. But at a point in time, what is the opinion of the people? Does your campaign message resonate with people that you are dealing with? Are they heading here and you are there? If they are here and you are there with that message, you'll be crucified.
Now that you talk about messages, I mean, we've had some members of parliament who are canvassing for vote for Ekwe talk about the fact that if you vote for Irab Nobing, that will be a rubber stamp of a third term for President Mahama, and the fact that it will be promotion of LGBTQ activities. Do these messages sink in the minds of voters when they are going into the
one thing I love doing is to ask people, what are your top issues?
And what were these?
In deciding who to vote for. Before the elections, it was the economy, jobs, education.
Okay.
As we speak today, it's no longer economy. Why? People feel the economy is improving.
Okay.
So it's not a priority.
So
the top issue is jobs.
Okay.
It's jobs. So if you go to Ablekuma North, what are the issues that will move these people?
Okay.
You don't know. You must first know. And then you craft the messages along those things that can appeal to the inner part of these people. And that's how you win. Don't think that what you feel should be the key issues are what matter to voters. Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
So beyond jobs, what other issues are voters?
And once they're able to get handle of it, the grievances kind of, goes down. Now, the top issue is now job. So once you're able to find a way to convince them that you are on the right path, the jobs will come, then you'll probably be in the heart and minds of those people. But when it comes to constituency, there are issues that are not national in nature that kind of plays out. And for Ablekuma North, sometimes they will say, okay, who can we send to parliament and get development at this stage? Before the elections, you didn't know who was going to win. But now you know that this government is in power. Would you want to send Urabra Orbin to parliament so she can lobby well for you? Or you want to send a free year so she can stand behind the door and knock? And that's what these people will be looking at.
What we're seeing this morning, would you be surprised if Ekwe emerges winner?
Yes.
Would you?
Yes, I would be surprised. Because the underlying data and then the other analysis I've just mentioned does not or would not point to an eventual win. You see, as analysts, you have to do it with your emotions.
Okay. Shifting away from history.
It will be too early to say that. But if what we are seeing in the polling numbers continues, it will be difficult for MPP to claw back some of the seats they've lost in Greater Accra. Accra, look, the problem of Greater Accra for MPP started in 2020 with the huge demographic changes in Greater Accra. Usually you don't have change in demography unless something happens. Now, COVID was a blessing to NDC in Greater Accra because when it comes to parliamentary seats, they have bolstered the change in demography that we have seen in Dominikwa with the newly developing area of the constituency being occupied by a certain group of people, and people who usually go back and register to vote in their regions now don't go anymore. Those changes are structural, and they tend to last for a long time. Because those changes didn't arise because of campaign messages. They came about because of physical changes in the structure of the population.
But if you were talking about tribe and language playing a key factor, they are both not. That's a predominantly Ga communities. Even though it's cosmopolitan, but the dominant language is Ga. Do you think that if either of them was a Ga, it would have changed the dynamics?
No.
Wouldn't?
No. Accra is cosmopolitan, and you represent the people who live in the constituency. The people there are those who are voting, including Gans. So the dominant group, with the help of smaller group, tend to dominate. It's beyond economic issues.
Okay. Now the people are voting on jobs. Now let's look at beyond the parliamentary candidate, presidential candidates. Who are the people of Ablekuma North saying should represent them in the NDC for presidential and in the NPP? I like the way you're
In Ablekuma North, for the NPP, is GHOne.
Okay.
With clear lead. He is preferred by nearly 78% of the people of Ablekuma North. When you come to the NDC, it is Atufosi.
But we have seen, if you say, pay your analogy, we have seen GHOne, even though you say it's a little too late, but we're still seeing him crisscrossing the constituency. Atufosi is nowhere to be seen. Wouldn't that make an inroad?
But does he need to do that? They are already on front foot with a lot of wind blowing behind them. It is the MPP that needs to prove a point.
Did the party do damage with that announcement of no contest?
Absolutely, they did.
They feel that they were
No, I think it was out of disappointment in the EC. But once they went to court and the court ruled, at that point, they should have changed their stance.
Okay.
Yes.
And did Naneke Frie's seeming defiance of what the party's communication was, will it also do harm to her? Or will give her an edge?
Not necessarily. It shows you that the party is in a bit of disarray.
Okay.
Because before you make such an announcement, you have spoken to the candidate and hear from her side what her concerns and see where you can have a consensus before you come out. Clearly, maybe she was not in the discussion and she felt that her views may not have been taken into account. And she has an interest, personal interest, to be people's MP. For her, I think it's good she came out and said she's going to contest.
If the outcome doesn't favor her, can she blame her party?
Yes. For sending that mixed messaging. Yeah, it created a confusion for her. There may be people who would have voted for her if there was no confusion. And with this, they may say, look, you don't even seem to be organized. It kind of reflects what's happening in the MPP at the moment. They are in a bit of, it's always difficult. But you must be determined to solve the issue. You must be truthful to yourself. You must not bury your head in sand and pretend nothing is happening. You must confront the issues head on. I mean, if you're trying to tinker the problems and try to apply cosmetics to it, it will come back and blow at you in your face. So they must be truthful to themselves, approach the issues with very open-minded. When they do that, and they begin to organize from the grassroots, I think MPP is too big to fail. And we don't expect them to be this weak. I mean, we all say that, yes, this election has bruised them, but I don't expect them to be where they are in a year or so time to come.
In the decision not to run, the General Secretary has come under a lot of criticism for stating the mind of the National Executive Committee. Remember, it was not his personal decision. This was a NEC decision, and there are a lot of criticisms on him. Is it fair on his part for people to criticize him?
Who else would they criticize? I mean, you are going through...
He's not the ultimate decider.
You see, if you call a customer service center of ECG and you are frustrated, you vent your frustration to the customer service agent, even though he or she is not the ECG director. So it's normal for people to behave like that, but we should also understand that this is normal. And you shouldn't take it personal. I mean, you are the face of the party. Obviously, you represent the party and they will vent their anger against you. It may not be fair, but leadership requires you to be tough.
Okay, Mr. Dankwa, let me hold you there. Let's go to Ablekuma North. Let's touch base. Let's find out what's happening on ground. Yeah, Charles is one of our men on the ground, and he's joined us via Zoom. Yeah, which polling station are you currently stationed at? What's voter turnout? How many people are expected to vote in that polling center? How many people have voted so far? What's the process like? Has it been smooth? Security presence. Talk to us. Kindly unmute for me, Yao. Yeah, if you can hear me, kindly unmute your microphone for me. Yeah, I cannot hear you at all. Please unmute your microphone. Touch the unmute icon. I think I may have to reconnect. Technology, obviously, is not our best ally this morning. But looking at what is happening, the confusion, even with our reporter being attacked, was this to be expected?
No, I'm disappointed.
Why?
I mean, it means that MPP, NDC in government, any election is the same. I'm truly disappointed. You know, so we can't do something different. Oh, we are resetting, so this time we'll do something. It's quite disappointing that, Chile.
I mean, for 19 polling stations, a lot of people would have thought that this would have been the easiest to conduct. Why does it appear difficult?
No, you see, there are certain people who, in such situations, they want to be seen, or they know they will be seen. All the cameras are there. But if I was a ruling government, this is the time that I would take every step, including the police, to send a different message. Government is government, including the police service. They appoint the IGP. Who appointed the IGP?
The government of the day.
Yeah, so they take responsibility. I mean, a police officer slapping a reporter, I mean, this should not be happening. I think he should be withdrawn from duty immediately and formal investigation launched into his conduct and be punished. I mean, this is Ghana. The modern Ghana we claim we have now.
That's the visuals we have on our scenes, on our screens as we speak.
I mean, it's clear it's a press person. It's a press. I mean, these guys in uniform really are something else.
Clad in a branded uniform.
I mean, what will go into your head to behave like that? I mean,
getting away.
Yeah.
In 2024, the Electoral Commission mentioned that no arrests were made for persons who destroyed ballot papers, and so. Going into 2028, is that a dress rehearsal we see?
I don't think we should allow people who destroy state property and election materials to go scot-free, regardless of who they are. I mean, we are compromising everything by turning a blind eye on certain things. If the videos are there, I think the EC should be pressing on the IGP. That's why we are saying that they are saying they are resetting. So what's the difference? Why did the Ghanaians vote to change? I mean, I don't believe in this kind of political equalization, and that it doesn't work. It doesn't work for me. It doesn't cut for me. It was bad then, bad now. Let's tackle it. And look, crime has no time limit.
Expiry date.
No expiry date. So we can go back to those who were killed in 2020 and still come after these people who have done this damage to Ablekuma North. It's never too late.
If we're seeing incidents like these, are we not going to see in the future, even in this contest, where constituents will come up in arms against security personnel?
Look, we've seen political violence in this country very regularly, but we don't see them on a wide scale on election day. Sometimes we overblow things. I believe Ghanaians have matured enough, not to allow. You see pocket of situations happening, but that will not be the overall things that we see in the future. No, that will not be the case, not at all.
What should be the outcome of this particular review?
In numbers. It is not for me.
In numbers. I mean, you have done your permutations.
No, I haven't done the modeling to see what today's outcome will be. But what I'm saying is that
So that's our reporter in there. Ablekuma. He unfortunately has a cut on his face, and he was accosted by policemen while in line of duty. So that's a cut on his face. He equally has a swelling on his forehead, And after that particular incident, after that slap from the police officer, and it's quite sad that journalists have been attacked in line of duty. Even during the general elections, we saw a number of our reporters also being attacked. And till date, we've been going back and forth with the security services and still nothing. And that's not the first time we're seeing a journalist being attacked. Every now and then when there are major events, national events, journalists will be attacked.
You see, the police themselves have turned a blind eye on such conducts. Such conduct elsewhere will require you being dismissed from the police service. If they take steps dismissing people who misconduct themselves on election day or on any other operations, I think those wearing uniform will learn some lessons. But they've done it and nothing has happened. They shield themselves, they hide the evidence, and nothing happens. I mean, there's no sensible country that moves and develops with this kind of attitude and behavior. It has to end at some point. No.
Now, I was coming back to the electoral numbers. That's your permutations. Mr. Danko, I know I'm pushing you, but I want those numbers.
No, you see, may end up with around 52% thereabout range. Our initial exit poll shows 56%, plus or minus 3.5. We think that it could be within that range.
Okay, but let me go back to Ablekuma North. I mentioned to you a while ago that one of our men on the ground, Charles, joins us via Zoom to give us to paint to us a picture of what's happening on ground. Yeah, which polling center are you currently? What are the numbers looking like? How many people are expected to vote? How many people have voted so far? Give us a security situation, and let me also know if you are safe.
Sure, I'm very safe, and thank you very much for the opportunity. I think at the moment I'm at the Lost Pentecostal Church, Kwashibu. So I have the returning officer at the police center here that I'm coming to interact with. All right, so thank you very much for joining me on GHOne TV. Can you please tell me now the total number of registered voters that we are looking up for to come and vote? And at the moment, how many have casted their votes so far?
Yeah, so far, on the register, we have 563 legible registered voters. We are expecting to vote here. And then as at 9:20 thereabouts, we have about 120 people have voted. So with the mathematics, you see that the turnout, if it will go this way, then it's very high.
All right. So 563 registered, and so far we have 120.
As at 9:20.
As at 9:20, and it's now 10. Yeah. So we have 120 voters so far. Any challenges so far from your end?
Oh, there isn't any much challenge, but the spirit is very, very apt. We have a lot of personnel to get to this place. I pray, hope so that it will be peaceful to the end. The only contention has been, in the December election, we had 3 polling stations here. One in contention is the C. We have A, B, C. So C. So when they come, those who voted in the A and B, when they come, we tell them, they are not voting. Then they become letting me know. But with a little elucidation, they are trying to go. It's only for the C station.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, so please your full name.
I'm William Dampton.
William Dampton. Okay, so Willie, thanks very much for joining me. So as you can see, let me take a little view here for you. So this is the polling center. That is the Lost Pentecostal Church, Kwashibu in Ablekuma North constituency. So when you come here, I think the security is well packed and everything is in order. You can see some of the electorate or some of the residents currently waiting. Most of them have casted their vote and they are still waiting here. Some of the party agents who are there sitting, waiting for some of the electorate or the voters that will come. So at the moment, and currently as I'm talking to you, everything is come here There has been no any violence, no chaos, nothing. Everything is in control and everything is in order. So if you ask me, what's currently happening now at the Fashibu, the Lost Pentecostal Church at Ablekuma North constituency.
Okay, so let's see, Charles. I wanted to find out if the issue of vote buying and money sharing has been also witnessed in this particular polling center. He's reporting from the Lord's Pentecostal Church polling center in Ablekuma North, and so far he mentions that the process has been smooth. You talked about that.
Yeah, I mean, you see, when you model election turnout, the turnout is quite heavy in the morning and peaks around 11. Then 12, 1, 2, it trickles.
Yeah.
Now, if by 9 o'clock, they've done averagely about 60 people an hour, this rate is going to drop as the day gets older.
Okay.
Gets older. So the turnout at the moment...
I mean, it's what we've seen in a lot of major elections.
Yeah, so those of us who understand the numbers, we can tell where this thing is going to head. And he said most people have voted already. So the remaining 523 minus 120, where are they? They haven't showed up.
That's quite interesting. Mr. Dankwa, we'll leave it here for now. But what are your final predictions for this rerun?
I think I've said
Will it be a walk in the park for Irab Naobe? You maintain that the NDC will capture the seat, but will it be a walk in the park for her?
No, a walk in the park, it will not be the case because the previous elections will be added to the tally. So the gap will not be as huge as if it was being done today fresh. So we expect a bit of closeness in the race, but she will still win.
She will win?
Yes.
Okay. So the NPP does not have any
No, you can't say any because in statistics anything can happen. But it is the chance of MPP winning is very, very slim.
And will this be a verdict on Mohammed's administration's performance within the last 6 months?
I think it will be part, and also partly lack of organization on the part of MPP.
On the NPP. Okay, Mr. Dankwa. Obviously, we'll come back to you when polls close to see whether your verdict came to pass or not. But that's Mr. Dankwa. And largely, a lot of the things he's predicted, perhaps even the 2024 elections, has come to pass. And we're keenly waiting for the outcome of this rerun, and we'll come back to you. That's Musa Dankwa. He's Executive Director for the Global Info Analytics. My name is Lily Mohammed. Stay tuned in. I have some more good news for you. Please don't go away. You're welcome back to the show. This is still GH Today, and well, there's still extensive coverage of Ablekuma North election rerun. I know that you're expecting a lot of election-related issues, but I mean, let's move away from the hard issues and talk a bit of soft issues that pertains to us as parents, as women, as men. Let's talk about the welfare of children. And Bambino Montessori School is 25 years. They're celebrating 25 years of being in assistance and caring for our little ones. I've been joined in the studio by Priscilla Kansa. She's preschool facilitator, and Sarah Adjoa-Kobna. She's customer service associate for the Bambino Montessori School in Accra, New Achimota Petroleum, to be precise. If you are looking for a school to take your awards from 3 months through till they reach GHS, please consider the school. Good morning, ladies.
Good morning.
How are you?
Very well, thank you.
It's good to have you.
Bambino Montessori School. Bambino Montessori School was it started in May 1999 by Madame Audrey Akaba. She's the CEO.
Okay.
It started as the usual crèche, nursery, and kindergarten, caring for children from 3 months to 6 years. And then in 2004, we started our Montessori system.
Okay.
But in 2017, we birthed our primary MJSS. Yes, please. We are currently doing the Cambridge and then the GES curriculum.
Okay.
Yes, please.
Okay. Yeah. So how has it been 25 years on?
It's been, first of all, it's been God's grace.
Okay.
Yes. This far by grace. So yes, it's been God's grace. And then one thing my mother would always say, persistence. Yes, being focused, being very persistent. Yes, that is what has gotten us to this far.
Okay, so let's talk about admissions at Bambino. How do you do admissions? I know you do daycare, you do night care. Night care, what do you do? Do I dump my child there and walk away as a parent?
Okay, so for daycare, so we thought of it. So sometimes the academic calendar for each schools, it differ. So we also thought it wise that if school A is vacating on the 1st and school B is vacating on the 5th, why don't we make provision for parents, knowing very well that Accra, there's a whole lot of pressure. So now daycare is for people who haven't enrolled with us, but you bring them as and when. So you bring them from 7:30 a.m. then to 3:30 p.m. Mind you,
so these are not students?
No.
Okay.
Yes, please.
Okay.
So from 3:30 to 4:30 p.m. Yes, please. But for students who have enrolled with us, who are part of the family already, we also give them the opportunity to also patronize our night care service, in the sense that some parents, they're very busy. From work 5 p.m., I doubt she will get to my school to pick me up before 6 p.m. So why don't we make provision for these kids?
That's very cool.
And whilst you wait, we also take you through your homework. So you just don't play around. We still keep you engaged. So we take you through what you did the whole day, take you through the homework, make sure that you got everything that was taught in class. So you just don't pay the rates, you don't pay the amount, and I'm waiting for my mom, We still keep you engaged.
So are there special provisions for parents who are unable to pick their children at 7:30, like you say?
Yes, please. Because serving our clients is our priority. We want you to be satisfied. So we just don't close at 7. It's 7 and we are leaving. No. We still have that grace period. We extend the time, because if you're satisfied and happy, you still patronize our services.
That's awesome. You have a homework club. What does that mean?
Okay,
what does
so
that entail?
For homework club, so it's optional.
Okay.
So some parents, if you're working mother, if you're working with a government institution, if it's your own work, it's different, because you have the time to pick your work up very early.
Not all mothers who work for themselves have the time.
Very well. Yeah. So for the homework club, we also serving our clients, your satisfaction is our priority. So with the homework club, we also noticed that even if you are picking them late, we still have to make provision. So we also take the case through. So it's optional. As in, if you want to patronize, you come to the office, the administration, you register the child, then you pay. So it's on monthly basis. So throughout the whole week, from Monday to Friday, we take the child through. That is after school, because school closes at 3:30 p.m. every day. So we take the child through, just like whilst you are waiting for night care service. We just don't want you to waste the time. So homework club, so normally it fits into the night care.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So all the children come together, they do their homework, or it's a one-on-one basis?
No, so it's in classes.
Okay.
Yes,
okay.
so if it's grade 1, we know this teacher is taking care, and she does the monitoring.
Okay.
Yes,
okay.
she wouldn't teach you, do this, do this. We leave you, we correct you, we monitor you, we guide you. In some schools, maybe for perfection or something, for open day's sake, no, we don't do it for you. We monitor you, because as a child, we have to let you know that, let me know the strength of the child, do what you have to do, and let me guide you. I think it's better that way, so that's it.
Priscilla, you wanted to add something?
Oh yes, I just wanted to say that.
But when did this homework club start?
It's been there. It was in the 9th care.
Okay.
So we were doing the 9th care. You can, and then so we thought about okay. So why don't we have
means
the
Bambino started 24-hour economy before President Muhammad started.
I tell you.
You can say that. You can say that.
Okay. Okay. So you're celebrating 25 years of persistence of turning our quality wars through education. What are the activities lined up?
Okay, so as we speak, we have free healthcare screening ongoing. Then tomorrow, God willing, we have a health walk. Then we have a pop-up market. So we had to create a pop-up market because we just don't want to go for the walk and we are done. Because the walk, okay, so our roots is just in our own vicinity, but we just didn't want to have the walk and we are done. No. So now let us get something to entertain us. So right from the walk, we have the aerobics session. Then we have the market pop-up. So we have vendors who have signed on, and we are making provision for them. So we set up for them to also showcase their product and services. So if it's a service, you invite people over. When they come around, you talk to them about it. And we have indoor games. So we don't want to keep the kids bored in there. So we have Owari, football. We have a pitch, so we have volleyball, football. So it's just an indoor game just to keep the kids engaged whilst market pop-up is ongoing.
You mentioned health screening today.
Yes.
What are you screening for? Are these screens for children or adults inclusive?
So the health screening is for it's actually like giving back to society.
Okay, so it's for the community.
Yes, and giving out everybody, parents, everybody. Yes. So
and what are you screening for?
Body mass index. We're doing the sugar, dental, all those things are being checked as we're speaking. Yes,
okay,
it's ongoing.
Okay. And then the pop-up shop, pop-up market, right?
Yes.
Where will it be? On the school compound?
Okay, so we sent letters around. We seek for authorities' approval. So there's a closure of street. So right in front. So we are located opposite Grace Gift Herbal Clinic. Yes, please. So there's a closure of street. That is where we will have it. So our setup will be on the street. Yes, please. So that's where we are having it.
Okay, and what are the things that are for sale there?
Okay, so we have cosmetics. So we have clothes. We have food. And the kids. So we have kids' toys, kids' tablets. And everything, barbecue, popcorn, cotton candy. So it's just to keep.
Are the children involved in the market? Are they selling to people?
Yes. So the thing is, with our health walk, that day is for parents and children.
Okay.
We want us to mingle.
The parents will be working with their team and so
yeah. So we're actually going on the walk with parents.
Okay.
So we have parents who have the T-shirts.
Okay.
So we are going with our parents. When we come back, then we shop. Let's spend money when we come back.
And you have a family day out?
Yes, we do.
Okay. When is the family day out?
That's on the 30th of August.
Okay.
Is at LWAC. Yeah. You have to come with your families, and then we'll be having a pop-up market at that side too. Yes, we'll be having fun games and other activities you don't want to miss. Everybody out there, don't miss it.
For this program, it was set up because we'll be on vacation by then, but we still want to have some kind of fun before school resumes because it will be a new academic year.
Sarah, you mentioned that you'll be on vacation. It doesn't mean you're on vacation as we speak.
No.
When are you vacating?
24th of July. 28th of September, please. That'll be our Thanksgiving.
Okay. That's when you're crowning the entire anniversary.
But our anniversary celebration will be on the 20th of September.
Okay.
That's our main program.
Okay.
That is after the bazaar and family day out. So So the bazaar is on the 30th of August. The main program, the celebration, is on the 20th of September. Then the Thanksgiving is on the 28th of September, God willing. That's when we climax everything.
Okay, and where will the anniversary celebration be? On the school compound?
Okay, so currently we don't want to move from where we are because we want the community to also enjoy it. And so we also have it. So the setup will be on the street, open our gates and everything.
Okay.
So we have everything planned out.
And what should I expect when I walk into the anniversary celebration?
A lot.
Okay.
A lot.
Like,
come and see our children display. They're very fluent. You should see them perform. They are very excellent performers. Yes. They get that from the priest.
Ballet, culture, recitals, and everything, a whole lot.
A lot. If I am a parent watching now and I want to enroll my ward, what do I need to do? Priscilla?
Okay, so first you'd have to come to the administration and make inquiries. You'd be given your admission forms, and then you'd have to carry out medical test. We have a specific hospital.
Okay.
They are on the compound as we speak.
Oh, okay.
They're helping us with the health screening, yes. So you'd have to come there, and you have to go there for the health.
As my colleague said, with the orientation, it also gives you room for you to ask certain things. We don't just feed you with our policies. You see, we want to bond with you because now we will be it. That's the main reason why we had to set up the orientation for parents too as well.
Why should any parent out there bring their awards to Bambino Montessori? Can I want to take that?
Okay.
Can I want to take that?
Okay, that'll be fine. Okay, so I want to inform all parents that Bambino is their best choice because Bambino is their best choice because it's not just about educating the child, but it's also about developing the child. Because into every stage, every phase, and it's not just about knowing the book off head. It's about the child's development because we want to see you bloom and we want to see you up there.
Okay. You want to add anything finally before you go?
Yes, before we go, I just want to tell everybody about our summer school.
Okay.
Which will be coming up from the 4th to the...
So if you're parents out there, please, Bambino in Montessori School is your choice for your ward. They have daycare, they have night care, they have homework club. If you're a parent out there, you're struggling with homework, don't worry. Just take your ward to Bambino Montessori School. So that's Priscilla in Kansas. She's preschool facilitator. And Sarah Jacob, now she's customer care associate, all with the Bambino Montessori School. I am back shortly after this with her. Stay tuned in. Why? Hi, Makasio, how are you?
Hello, I'm fine. How are you?
I'm doing awesome. Why did you get married?
Because I had to.
But how is marriage life treating you, though?
Very well.
Mm.
Yeah. Now, I don't buy food outside, so.
Oh, is it? Yes. Wait, before you got married, you didn't know how to cook?
I knew how to cook, but, you know, right now, I'll just call to be served, you know, so.
I see.
You know,
you called to be served?
yeah, so I used to call to order or to go outside and all.
Why didn't you bring her?
She's actually she's at work right now.
Okay.
Yes, she works at the Tamale Teaching Hospital.
Oh.
So she's kind of busy too. So.
If you found yourself a career woman, that's interesting. Anyway, let's talk about you and what you do. Yeah. And you're in Accra. What are you doing in Accra?
Currently, I'm promoting my event. I have a live concert this weekend.
Okay.
I'm at the Ablekuma North. So I'm doing rounds, doing a few interviews and meeting up a few personalities to promote the show.
We understand you were in Ashaiman and Tema yesterday. How did it go? What were you doing there? Who did you meet? What was the interaction like? And how did it go?
Yeah, it was nice. You know, mostly when we have a show like this, we meet some of our guys just to say hi to them, to encourage them, to remind them about the show. You know. A show like this, we don't normally do radio. Or we try to contact few people just to say hi to them, remind them about the show. So that's why we went to Tema and Ashaiman yesterday. Yeah.
What's your fan base like in Tema and Ashaiman, for which you had to deem it necessary to go there?
You know, it's crazy because you've never been to one of my shows in Accra. I think this time you have to come so that next time to Ashaiman or Tema is far, and people are coming.
So your fan base in Tema, the reason I ask is, the people that come for your shows, are they primarily in Ashaiman and Tema, for which you thought that I needed to go there at all costs?
Yes, I have to go. So, like, that's what I'm saying. Because imagine they
come in their numbers.
Yes. So it's
not just Accra people and Tamale people that patronize your shows.
Yeah. You know, those people who are coming from Ashaiman and Tema, not only Ashaiman, people from all over Accra, they are coming. But I'm looking at the distance. So even if it's raining, the people have to come. They'll surely come. So I see it necessary to go there just to say hello to them, because most of them...
Was it a form of saying thank you to them?
Yes, because you see, some of them, when they see us, they take pictures. But
because yes, you say you have a huge fan base in Tema and Ashaiman, but the people of Accra also come for your shows.
Yes, of course. It's not only in Ashaiman or Tema. You know, there are people in Medina, all over Accra, like I said. Like today, for instance, we are doing a big float, and everybody will come in. So we are blocking some part of Accra today.
Are you going to Fadama? Are you going to Nima?
Oh yes, I've been to Fadama already. Yes, but I have not been to Nima yet. But I'm sure like people from Nima will come. Yeah.
Let's talk about this year's concert. How different will it be from the ones you've held previously?
Yeah, so I think this is my fourth show at the Ablekuma North, and every year we've tried to do something different. And I'm very sure this year too will be very, very different, because looking at the signs, I think we've breaking our own records this year too.
Oh, you've been breaking your own record?
Yes, so you know the venue is like 5,000 capacities, and I think we'll have to hire chairs, because
are you looking at more than 10,000 people?
Yes, I'm all of my songs, because anytime I climb the stage, from start to end, like, you know, people sing along. So I might not be able to say, and sometimes it depends on the vibe, like when
the mood.
Yes, you understand. So there's something to choose my favorite song there. All of the songs I'm to perform.
Yeah. Okay. But who are the artists also on the bill for this concert?
Yeah, so anytime I'm doing a show like this, I try to bring some of my northern brothers. They come and support. I have like Fadland, Wishchild, a whole lot are coming. And there are some artists in Accra here. Most of the young artists in Accra, we try to give them platform to support them. Yeah. I'm not sure. Like I said, I used to be cool with him. Like he's my brother from the north.
Was it monetary issue?
Oh no, that one is personal. Like I said, I don't want to talk about it.
You don't want to talk about it, but you don't want to see him at your concert?
No, not.
If he pulls a surprise on you and says, well, you're still my brother, I want to support you, what would you do? Will you sack him?
Yes, of course. You won't get the chance to perform. Yes.
Okay. But what are your final? Yeah.
Yeah, I'm very sure. Like when you get to know what's the reason why I'm saying all this, you yourself will say I shouldn't give him part.
Support our brother. Those of you Southerners too, let's go and enjoy good music. It's Matasho live and concert here in Accra tomorrow at the GHOne Boxing Arena. I'll see you there at 8 p.m. sharp. I'm back shortly. But we'll go back to Ablekuma North, where my colleague Obed King-Aglo engaged our other colleague who was attacked by a police officer, Ejekun Banahene.
Here at the Church of Pentecost Odoko Chimami, where it is reported that the GHOne journalist, my colleague, was assaulted by the Ghana Police Service personnel. The situation has returned to normal, and we are expecting that we hear formally from the police. But let me engage my colleague.
Ken, I was sitting behind the maid cellar. I was sitting right there. I was relaxing because I want to get some updates to report on. I was there, and one man approached me. He's an inspector. He approached me that, look, I'm confused. My eyes is shaking. Sorry. He approached me, asking me to move out from the premises. I said, oh, I'm a media person. We are all watchmen. If I move and something happens, what do I report? And so I said, no, I will not go unless I'm done with my work. And then he slapped me. Initially, he even pushed me. He pushed me first, and he slapped me that I should go out. After showing him what I do for a living, and I'll show him my ties and everything, he still went ahead to slap me that I should move out. I didn't insult him. I didn't do anything bad to him. I don't know what interest he has picked in these elections, but he went ahead to slap me without saying anything bad to him. So right now, I was there, and the Accra mayor came to me, asking me to show him this officer, and I pointed this officer to him, and they approached him. But later on, the mayor told me, I'm the Accra mayor, before he relaxed. And I can see that this officer is having a quick temper. That's how I say it. So currently, one DCOP have come to me, asking me to go and make an official complaint, and they'll take action against it.
The mark you see on your face,
yes,
is as a result of the slap.
Yes, and my shades is broken. He has after he slapped me, he broke my shades.
Can we see?
I have these shades here. Yes, these are the shades. Okay. Yes, and currently my eyes is shaking. I don't know what will happen to me after this election.
Let me see the broken.
Yes, this is the broken one. Yeah.
All right. So there you have it. That's my colleague Banahene.
Police interdict officer seen in viral video assaulting a reporter. The Ghana Police Service has monitored a viral video in which one of our officers is seen assaulting a reporter. The officer concerned has been withdrawn from the ongoing election duty at Ablekuma North, and in line with internal disciplinary procedures, he has been interdicted and referred to the Police Professional Standards Bureau, that's a PPSB, for investigation. We would like to assure the public that a thorough investigation will be conducted into the matter, and further update will be communicated. And so on the back of this, we've equally, as an entity, petitioned the IGP over this, as an entity, petitioned the IGP over this unfortunate conduct coming from the said police officer. We've equally written to the Ghana Journalists Association to inform the body, the umbrella body for journalists in the country, as to how this dastardly act was perpetrated on our reporter. Really.
We're also learning that there's some intimidation going on at the Odoko Methodist polling center, where some thugs have invaded that polling center, coming from whether they are from a particular faction or whether or not they are just constituents in that Methodist polling center, to intimidate constituents who are casting their ballots in this particular rerun in Ablekuma North constituency. Quite unfortunately that. I mean, for 19 polling stations, you would expect that everything would go on seemingly well, but we're seeing issues of disturbance, issues of thugs invasion, issues of attack on journalists. This is uncalled for.
Very much so. And you see, it provides fodder for these young, as you hear of the Green Army and you hear of the Blue Army. I'm sure many people saw a viral video where Moses Abo, who is more or less like the commander for the Blue Army, belonging to the MPP, saying that if anybody from NDC misbehaves, they will equally meet the person boot for boot. And then also, I'm sure you've seen a reference made to Malik Basim Tale, who is more or less like not really a commander, because we all know the founder of the Green Army, but he has become more or less
he is the commander of the 5K men and 3K women.
Exactly. Saying if you hear care, you hear care, and those things, right? They should remain rhetoric. These things are not expected to be manifested, right? Yes, you can throw about those words to at least ginger your... If you voted, and then despite the fact that your votes were not affected by this, you have still decided to show up again and vote. It tells you about interest. I don't expect a low voter turnout.
Oh, you don't expect?
I don't. Compared to other by-elections, because of the limited nature of these numbers, there's not an entire constituency, right?
There's just 6,000 people, a little over 6,000 people voting.
Exactly. So I expect the numbers, though might not be as high as that of a general election.
I be on our screens. We're learning that some thugs have invaded your Odoko Methodist polling center, and you can see that the police have moved in swiftly to prevent trouble in that area. But, I mean, this is something we should not be seeing. This is just 19 polling stations. Why are thugs invading a polling center? What is it they have seen? What is it they have learned? What is it that intelligence has not gathered such that we'll have thugs invade polling centers for a very small number of people that are voting in this exercise?
Exactly. And what this succeeds in doing is to put fear in people who might not have voted, who are watching these videos stream, to say that, well, if this is what is happening, then I might as well not
stay
vote.
Away.
Yes, we encourage you to go out there and vote. But as you can see, the policemen are...
It is your civic right.
Yeah, and then they are ensuring that there is law and order. But the point is that the politicians must know that, see, 19 polling stations. At the end of the day, the people who will vote. They will vote the way and the manner they want to vote. They will vote in a direction instead of B that the person wanted. But of course, am I surprised by what we are witnessing? No. I've covered elections enough to know that these antics are deployed every now and then. And
especially when a particular candidate or a particular faction feels that, well, the election may not go their way. They want to disturb the process such that, well, it was the disturbance that affected us, especially for their base.
Exactly. And what I'm not sure anybody in this country will forgive the IGP and the police is, at the end of the day, for polls to close at 5 p.m. and tomorrow we wake up and we do not know who the MP-elect for Ablekuma North is.
This will be suicidal for the country.
That will be so unforgiving that we cannot, and I maintain, we cannot forgive Yawunu, we cannot forgive his charges. If anything goes wrong, and for one security reason or the other, we are unable to conclude this and then get a final determination as to who
that will be more financial loss to
most
the
definitely.
Yeah,
See,
because then we'll have to spend more money
in the middle of Accra. Let's get it over and done with. And so at least we know that. But for the unfortunate demise of NSC Alkumi, we'll have the full complement of members of parliament. Nonetheless, in less than 3 months, the Apotia by-election will be done. And then we know that we have a full complement of our team.
I mean, what does this mean? Musa Danko was here a while ago when he mentioned that Ablekuma North will likely...
I could count that every member of parliament on the side of the majority has showed up, right? The numbers have never even crossed 160, unless maybe it's the president coming to deliver a State of the Nation address or the finance minister coming to deliver the budget, right? So those ones are exceptions. But what this does, and that's why the stakes are quite high here, is the bragging right. The NDC can say that for the first time since 1996, it's won the Ablekuma North seat.
One of the safest seats. And it's interesting that it will have one of the safest seats beyond Dom Kwabinga go to the NDC.
Exactly. Again, rewriting the history of our political landscape as far as the 2024 elections are concerned. And again, the NDC also saying that regardless of what the opposition is saying about the governance, as we are witnessing. The fact that the opposition argues that the Mahama government has not started on a very well footing. The people of Ablekuma North who are turning up to vote today think otherwise. So those bragging rights will be there. But of course, for the opposition, winning this will mean that in spite of what happened on December 7, 2024, and the fact that the NDC argues that everything is going well with our economy, with governance, and with everything, there are still a group of people in this country who disagree and will vote against the NDC's. NDC is selling there. Would you want an MP who will go and be shouting to Oboyi with the opposition or with the minority in parliament, or you want an MP who will go and be part of the party that's in power, the governance system, who can have resources to help you develop the constituency? That's the messaging. And so that's the disadvantage that the opposition candidate has. The fact that even though it's a stronghold of the party, the power has shifted.
Yeah.
And many people want to caucus with the governing party. That's what the challenge is. What the opposition can succeed in doing is to get protest votes.
Okay.
That we believe this woman has been unfairly treated. Let's show the system something by way of voting one way or the other. If the NPP is able to convince the constituent, especially those voting in these 19 polling stations that, first of all, we won genuinely, our arms have been twisted by the system, and that's why we've had to return here. If the constituents buy into that, then of course we have some people who will vote to register their protest.
Okay.
So we will get to know all this around 6 p.m. and I'm sure we'll be here to also dissect the outcome for you to know. Like I said, in this instance, we might not even have to wait for the EC. Once the polling station results start filtering,
you can have your pink sheets.
Yes,
and a lot of the time, we, the media, we have access to these pink sheets. We're able to collate and know who is winning the day. But you talk about rewriting our political history, right? Let's look at the trajectory of the 2024 election. And if this is to cement what we saw in 2024, will it be...
This country, the opposition parties do not necessarily win elections. Incumbent parties lose them. What do I mean by that? That's how come, if you look at the results, presidential, since 1992, sometimes the ruling parties' votes dip.
Okay.
Because after 4 years, we've made some enemies, not too many. You've stepped on some toes, not too many. You've deployed some terrible decisions, but not too many. So then the impact is felt when you go to the polls. But after 8 years, and that's because of the system we've been running, after the first term, the government and the president, they check out.
Especially for a government which has its president checking out.
Exactly.
He's clocking out of the presidential system.
So a lot of ENTOBR decisions where people are protesting and they are rounded up and then put in cells for more than 20 days. And nobody says that, no, we are in a political season, right? This will not inure to our benefit politically. So let's press the reverse button now. Fuel prices go up, nobody cares. Utility tariffs go up, nobody cares. It is a symptomatic of presidents in their second terms when they know that they will not be on the ballot paper. So the point I'm making is that political parties in power make many unfortunate decisions. They make many unfortunate decisions, and then they lose a lot of votes. And once you lose, you're a governing party and you lose votes, those votes are aggregating to support the opposition. And so, yes, I agree that the MPP's loss is monumental. It will take a while for the party to clock back, right? But it is not something that's impossible. A lot of that will depend on how MPP, the NDC also conducts its affairs, right? A lot of it depends or will depend on how the NDC conducts its affairs.
Okay,
and
so
also how the MPP reorganizes.
We're witnessing some disturbances in another polling station. We're trying to get the name of that polling station, but you can see a few people being chased. It's still the Methodist Church St. Peter's polling center. This was where thugs invaded a while ago, and now we're witnessing some invasion of a sort there. Some people are being chased away. Why should we be witnessing
understand another reporter has been attacked. Yes, another reporter has been attacked.
Of ours?
No, of
another media house.
Multimedia, where we
is this by a police officer or by electorates?
That we are digging to find out who really attacked the Joy FM reporter. But for what we gather, another reporter has equally been attacked, and this is very unfortunate.
This is sad.
Very, very unfortunate.
That journalists are going about their duty. This is a national event. We are only there to perform our duty as national agents in our democratic process, and we will be attacked in this manner. This is uncalled for. This is, unnecessary, and this is highly. Imagine if the Electoral Commission had said, okay, in the spirit of transparency, let's rerun the entire 282 polling stations in this particular constituency. Then it means that we would have been witnessing a magnitude of attacks on journalists and even individuals.
You can imagine, and so sometimes it's befuddling. How the minds of some people like this work. So, look at the police commander who attacked our reporter. Him.
Yeah.
How emotionally unintelligent. But he did it anyway. So, sometimes you wonder what consumes them. So,
is it not evidence of our recruitment process?
And the fact that we probably do not undertake retraining and then refresher courses, because rising through to become a commander, right, means that you should have gone through the mill.
Sure.
Trained, retrained, and train again. Constant in-service training. But it's good he's exhibited it the way he has, because imagine if this was not captured on camera. He would have still been in uniform.
And he would have denied it.
Exactly, and going ahead and terrorizing other people. The point I'm making, and to answer you directly, it's unfortunate. But because there is a concentration of a number of people within a limited area, the politicians will misbehave. But we don't expect the police to misbehave. We don't expect the police to misbehave.
Because then
they are supposed to deal with the politicians.
That is a breakdown of law and order.
Exactly. So hopefully this interdiction will send enough signal to the men and women on the ground as well in uniform to at least put a lid on this. Where so far 2 reporters have been attacked. Yes, the first one we can confirm that the attack came from the police. But the second one, we are unable to tell. But what we know is that there are tags also in there who are intimidating people at polling stations to go and vote. I still think that the numbers will be much encouraging than the other by-elections that we have witnessed, especially because this is in the center of Accra, and this is not in the remote part of the country where you see that many people have traveled. But nonetheless, the outcome will be less than the general election, because the extra motivation of you voting for a president. And mind you, there are many people who vote for a parliamentary candidate because
they know that
they won't vote for a president. This time around, they know who their president is, right? So the extra motivation might not be there unless they want to show somebody.
Well, the extra motivation might be monetary, like we're saying.
Exactly. Some will take the money and still not vote.
But don't you think these the violence we're witnessing, we're seeing it again because there were no arrests, nobody was punished in 2020, nobody was punished in election violence in 2024. So they've been emboldened to go ahead and foment more trouble in this particular rerun.
Yes, of course. Of course. I get the point. And those who spoke against this rerun cited this. In fact, moments ago when we were here, overforced.
Yeah.
And that's because we have many people converge.
He responded in the affirmative. He responded in the affirmative that he will be surprised.
It will be a surprise if...
That he will be surprised.
It will be a surprise if you look at what happened in 2024. If you have that history in your mind, then that will be a surprise for you. It will be a surprise if you followed the trends relative to by-elections and how incumbent parties and candidates fare. It will be a surprise if you look at the fact that the NDC should not even be in this contention at all in this constituency.
Because
but here we are today,
a safe
it is there.
seat.
Exactly. Here we are today, it is there. If you also look at what happened days before today, what the opposition NPP and the uncertainty surrounding whether it is to contest or not, right? Then if Ekuafrie wins, that will be, to many, the eighth wonder of the world, right? But if you look at the fact that politically, this is supposed to be a safe seat for the NPP, if you look at the fact that the concentration of these 19 polling stations, Kwasiman, Odoko, right? We went there for Voters Connect, and you could tell that this was obviously a stronghold of the NPP. The people who engaged were pointing to free SHS and its implementation and the relief it had brought to them and what have you. And they were really going out there to vote for the NPP. But many a times, it won't be shocking to know if the EC finally makes public the outcome of the presidential elections in this constituency. That has not been done, Lily. It will not be surprising that if the EC eventually does, the verdict is that John Mahama won. It won't be surprised. It won't be surprising that John Mahama won this constituency, right? It will equally not be surprised that Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, the NPP's candidate, then won this constituency, but the parliamentary candidate is struggling. It happened. There are some polling stations, some constituencies that even though the NPP presidential candidate won, the parliamentary candidate lost, and vice versa. There are other constituencies where the parliamentary candidate of the NPP won, but the flag bearer of the NPP lost. When you come to the NDC, same. There are many constituencies that John Mahama won, but the NDC lost the parliamentary elections. And so, many a times, the strength of the flag bearer does not reflect on the strength of the parliamentary candidate, both parties. But when it becomes overwhelming, that's when you say that the party is in trouble. Skirt and blouse we talk about, right? So, yes, I will be surprised if Ekuafrie won. But I will also understand why. I talked about people being convinced that the system has not been fair to her. And if she's able to trumpet that message, and that message sinks in, then she will get sympathy and
the
protest
system
vote.
as in her party,
The EC.
or the entire election management.
Her party as well. Because here is a woman whose party had asked not to contest. And she still defied that and said, no, it's my face on the ballot. It's my time and resources that I have invested here, right? So let me see this to the end. But mind you, she cannot equally absolve herself of how this played out. I spoke to her. And when the party petitioned the police for security to be provided for the collation to be completed, she said she was not willing to subject herself to any rerun, and that the EC should not dare conduct any rerun. So, to be fair to the party, it did not just take this decision, regardless of the fact that the candidate, Nana Ekuafrie, had said that I was ready for rerun. The messaging was that we had won. Complete the collation process. We are not willing to subject ourselves to any process that will send us back to the constituency for an election. That was a consistent message. It was for an effect. Until the courts came in and said no. The EC is legally right in doing what it is doing. Then the dynamics changed. So, like I said, and I still reiterate, the party ought to have woken up and then smelled the coffee. That, hey, whatever that we're resorting to, per this ruling from the court, we have to revise our notes. Communicate same. And then...
Does it then also suggest that the party lacks clear leadership structure?
Well, I think the party has been overtaken by events.
Okay.
I'm not sure that Nana Ekuafrie had consulted the party hierarchy before she made that declaration yesterday in the morning. If she had, would have had a general platform of media address.
Doesn't it also speak to the kind of leadership that the party has currently?
See, Lily,
because even though, yes, I mean, she's a candidate, it's her face on the ballot, she belongs to a party, and the people are going to vote for a party.
Lily, let me tell you this. If MPP were still in power, Ekuafrie would not have dared to do what she did.
the party leadership is suffering from the fact that it led the party into an election. The party was in power. The party has lost power. The party leadership is also suffering from the fact that, regardless of how defiant Equia was, campaigns of the party were going to support her because it serves their political interest. You saw the flag bearer aspirants troop there. It serves a political interest.
What influence will their presence there wield on this particular election? Will it affect the outcome in any way?
Well, and that polling is very fresh. Yes. And they are saying, the MPP supporters, they are saying that this is their candidate, right? Now, the support that he's canvassing, for Equia, would that be enough to tilt the scale in her favor? We live to see. But like I said, on any ordinary day, the MPP should not be struggling to get Ablekuma North. But a lot of water has passed under the bridge. Aside Kennedy Ohene Japan, Brian Champon has been there as well. I've seen other party campaigns there as well. I've seen members of parliament there. I saw John Jinapo. That's Abu Jinapo. I saw Abu Jinapo and many other MPs who went there last night.
And even their regional executives and national executives.
Yes, of course. We told Dr. Stephen Amo as well, who is a Kennedy man, of course.
Well, obviously, Kennedy Japan has been crisscrossing, so you don't suspect the supporters not to be there.
There are many supporters of even Dr. Baumia.
I haven't cited Dr. Osaya Duchum. I have only seen news articles on him donating some funds to Equia, but I have not seen him
on the ground.
Present.
It's not all of them that were able to go to the grounds, to be fair.
But I thought that the party will be highly interested, because if it goes the other way, because now, looking at their numbers, especially after the unfortunate demise of Ernest Kume, then at the end, the NDC will have that 2/3 majority. So the party should have marshaled every member of the party to that constituency.
And that is if the party, from the blast of the pistol, had told everybody that they were in this race. The party had actually verbally, Lily, entreated their supporters not to come out today and vote. And let's not lose sight of that fact. So that's why I said that this is an adage, a very beautiful adage in Akanda I often use, where the animal is tied to the tree. As that spot that animal is freed. Maybe it's you organize the media and then told the whole world, including your party supporters, that Yamobium, as Joshua has furnished me with. So then come to the same people and tell them that, you know what, we said Yamobium before we went to court. Given the ruling from the court, now Yabebo.
Okay, so that's Godwin Aduji Tamuklo in your shots there at the Odoko Methodist polling center, where earlier there were some disturbances. We understand that there's police reinforcement. The ambulance service has also been deployed there. Some persons who were attacked and were injured have been are being seen to that particular polling center. This is unfortunate. That, I mean, if 280 out of 281 polling stations, 262 have decided, and we're only left with 19. And out of this 19, we are witnessing this. That's quite unfortunate there.
Very unfortunate, very unfortunate. But I still insist that the IGP, if he has not already moved in there, he should, because his presence will send a very strong message
to his men.
Yes, and then the people who are misbehaving. And to be honest, the police will have to up their game. Yes, the politicians, they have that tendency to misbehave, and they will. And that's why there are laws. Those laws must be enforced. See, there should have been guidelines as to who will be admitted into a polling station and who will not be admitted, right? Even if you are a politician and then you are not authorized to go to a polling station, there should have been that clear guideline that you will not be allowed. How much more people who are dressed as tagged, able-bodied men, macho men, parading polling stations and attempting to intimidate people. That should not be countenanced, to be honest with you. And if this is not kept, we can only fear for what happened in Akwetia. Because I've covered by-elections. At Talensi, we were running from bullets and filing reports. Talensi. And that happened. We talk about the other Etiwa by-election. We don't have a good history when it comes to violence rocking our by-elections.
Yeah.
And so if this limited one, super limited, this is not just limited, this is super limited. Just 19 polling stations. Thugs are fighting themselves, they are chasing each other, and the police can... Exactly. That was more or less like the pinnacle of all violence that will characterize by-election. Even that, the NDC pulled out.
Yeah.
The NDC pulled out of that particular process. But look what we witnessed, where a certain member of parliament was slapped.
Yeah.
So, the IDP, yes, so far, these are isolated issues. To be honest, we've reported about 3. So we said David Akumsin has been beaten up. The former Minister for Fisheries and Aquaculture, former Member of Parliament for Auti Senior East. And then our own reporter has suffered an assault in the hands of a police officer. And like I said, we understand another reporter belonging to multimedia has equally been assaulted. Yes. A girl,
yes. I understand it's a lady.
A lady has been assaulted as well. I wonder why, regardless of what misunderstanding you are dealing with, your target should be the journalist, your target should be the reporter. For what purpose?
They are not the people going to vote. They are not the people being voted
Exactly.
on. They are not the people campaigning. They are only there to do their work.
They are reflecting exactly what's happening there.
Exactly.
And so if what they are reflecting you don't like, then mend your ways, because they will report exactly what you're doing.
Okay, so we're seeing more scenes from the Odoko Methodist Church, St. Peter's Society polling station. I think that some persons have been arrested. Is that what I see there? Some persons are being marched.
Yes.
Oh, okay, so that's Malik Basantali walking in there with obviously flanked by a lot of people. And we're hoping that there will not be invasion of a certain blue army, because there were utterances and pronouncements made that once there's a green army, if they do the blue army will do keke, and that is not what we're expecting as a people. I mean, we're growing democracy. This is not something that we should be witnessing. So what you're seeing on your screens, Malik Basantali coming in there to the Methodist Church St. Peter's Society polling center. I understand that calm has returned, but we do hope that it is restored totally so that voting can continue, so that by 5 p.m. Sorting and counting will commence, and then we will have by 6 p.m., latest by 7 p.m., we will know who will be the parliamentary candidate elect for Ablekuma North, and then we can put this to finality, we can put this to rest, and then as a country we can move on and think about a by-election for Akwetia.
The politicians must stop. The tax must be withdrawn. If they belong to the MPP, they must be withdrawn. If they belong to the NDC, it's much more shameful because you are in power.
Yes. Why do you need tax to work for you in this? I mean, there's a police service. Why do you need to foment trouble? Why do you need to intimidate anybody? I mean, what's the sense?
Whose interest does it even serve? So the people that you want to go and vote for you, your conduct is intimidating them. It's jeopardizing their security, and you still want them to move out and come and vote? Sometimes, okay, that's why probably we are not politicians. We look at things rationally.
Yes, obviously. We are journalists.
Yes.
we do not campaign for anybody.
We are overly rational. Probably that's because it doesn't make sense.
This should have been one of the smoothest processes in our political history.
Go vote. If you want to go and then move people from their houses.
6,800 people?
Move people from their houses, right, to come and vote. You are allowed to do that as a political party. Mobilize. But to go and be chasing each other, fighting each other, and the police they are standing there helpless.
We'll hear from a security analyst, but first let's go to the ground. One of our men on the ground, Obed King Aglo, joins me. Obed, which polling center are you currently, and what can you report at this time?
Right, Lily Mohammed, if you can hear me, I am currently at the Methodist Church where I spoke to you in the morning, precisely St. Peter's Society. where the situation here is a bit of tension. As you can see, a lot of people around here, and with heavy police presence here, because thugs invaded the premise earlier, and the situation is not something that can be compared to what we saw in the morning where it was calm. But police presence is heavy here, but I can tell you that it's a lot of tension, as a lot of people have showed up here trying to find out what happened. But we know for a fact that some thugs invaded the center trying to enter. So you can see that a lot of police personnel here trying to control the situation. So by the grace of God, the situation is under control, where the police are taking over the place, and voting is still ongoing. And so that's the situation here. You can see a lot of these people, young people in black with motorbikes, a lot of people, and these political actors also show up with a lot of them. The youth with these motorbikes. I saw Malik Basintali a while ago with a lot of young people on motorbikes, and it's creating a lot of tension here at the polling station. And so that's the situation here, Lily Mohammed.
Has any arrests been effected so far?
Lily, can you come again?
I'm asking if there's been any arrests so far.
We are told that the police had escorted some of them. We do not know where exactly, whether it's an arrest, but they escorted them out of the place because they believe that they are not supposed to be in this area as at this time, because they are not part of the election. And so that's what we know, that the police escorted some of them out so that the process can go on. And so that's what we know, that the police sent some of them out. So you can see that the police are just at the frontage of the place. This is the gate to the premise. That is the St. Peter's Methodist Church here in Odoko. And so the police are now secure the place. When you come, they check whether you are part of the voting process before they will allow you in. Even as journalists, they will have to check your tag to make sure that you are a journalist accredited with the tag before you are allowed in. And so the situation here is that of a bit tensious, as you can see. That a lot of people have gathered here trying to find out what is going on.
All right, Obed, thank you very much. But I am interested, how many people are expected to vote in this polling center?
Lily, please come again.
I'm asking how many people are expected to vote in this polling center.
All right, so when I spoke to you in the morning, we are told that some 146 people are supposed to vote at this center. So very few people are supposed to vote at this center. We see some going on there, trying to control the situation. You see
earlier on from the MPP, Justin Kodua, the General Secretary of the MPP, who actually said in a press conference or in a presser that the MPP was not going to boycotting the elections. Once you do that, and later your directives as the man in charge of the MPP, you say this and later your directives are disobeyed. What then happens is that you would have all manner of persons going there, and means that you have lost control of your people. Because if you are, let's say, the head of state, and you decide that all of us should sleep, and Ghanaians decide not to sleep, it means that you have lost control as the leader of the country. And so what we are seeing now, if you ask me, it will be difficult to control it. And I want to believe that the police officer who slapped your colleague, he works directly with GHOne. He's been interdicted. I think that is commendable by the Inspector General of Police, my colleague, IGPO, interdicting this shameful police officer. What he did was very shameful. In a democracy, you don't do that. And I am happy the IGP has immediately interdicted him, they should investigate it. And if you are a civilian or you are in uniform or you are a public officer, whatever you do, if you misbehave, it will be recorded by the media. How did we get to know the police officer who did it? It is through the media, the same media he was brutalizing. And so I am happy that he's been interdicted. I would expect that more measures will be put in place. A lot more men would hopefully be sent. I am told that a lot more men are being sent to the ground before the close of poll in this few, polling centers, so that once polls close and they begin the counting, we won't have
events.
Too many chaotic scenes like we have already witnessed. But I would say, if you ask me from experience, it has to do with we will not be part of the elections. And almost immediately, those directives are defied. You remember the Ayawasu West Wagon. If you remember Ayawasu West Wagon, when the then General Secretary of the NDC, Esiedun Ketia, came out, it wasn't Esiedun Ketia, or I think, no, the chairman of the party, I think it was
Ofosu-Ampofo at the time.
But the party came out to issue a directive that the party was no longer going to be part of the process of Ayawasu West Wagon. If that directive was not adhered to by, the NDC at the time, it would have been more bloody, because my office back then was so close to that place, and a lot of people had, masked up trying to create more sense. But when that directive came, it actually calmed down tensions. It became a one-sided issue. I'm not expecting that because the people defied their bosses, they should be chaotic. But usually when there is no clear line of order, at the moment when you go to this Ablekuma, you call it a mini elections or mini by-elections, who is in charge? Is it who is in charge? It means there is no, direct line of power. Who are you talking to? Who is issuing directives? As for the NDC, you know that the NDC has not come out to say we are not going to partake in the election. But the NPP has. And yet you have the woman defying them, and we have party stalwarts actually donating money and going there to campaign for her. It means that somebody is just disobeying the party's directives, unless, of course, it wasn't a party directive. But I don't want to believe that when the head of the party, the General Secretary, Justin Kodua, spoke, he joked. And so to defy him means that now it is people will go there and no one is in control when it comes to the NPP. I want to believe that the police have done what they have to do. They are running the show. I'm told more men are being sent there, and therefore I'm expecting the situation to be a little bit more calmer than it is. But when it comes to these elections, it's never been, you can talk about Simfosu, you can talk about the others. It's never been, even though previously some by-elections were quieter, somewhere in the middle. But we all know that by-elections all the way to Ayawasu West Wagon, Simfosu, and the rest, Kumewu, or all these elections, tension, they were high tension elections, Lily.
Does it mean that we failed with intelligence? You say that you are not surprised.
No, I won't say we failed with intelligence. When upcoming election, it is anyone who works within the security place, you won't lower your guard. But it would speak directly to a point where you say, okay, they are not going to take part in the elections, but let's put in measures. But on the side of the MPP, if they had said we'll take part in the elections, what would have happened would be that the leaders of the MPP themselves would have put in more measures to ensure that you are there to vote, and when you finish voting, you can stay there for the ballot paper, after polls until it is counted. But when you say that we are not going to take part in the elections, And it ends up that the party is, or call it whoever, you are still engaged in the election. Then I will say that you have engaged in the seats of the general public. And therefore anyone working with the security when it comes to intelligence, there is one thing about the seats. It doesn't matter. There is one thing about the seats. It doesn't matter how your intelligence would be, how solid your intelligence would be. You could still be deceived, because then this is a general secretary who says that we are not going to be part of the elections. So are we saying that those who are not taking part of the elections on the side of the NPP are aliens? So are we saying those who are there on the side of the NPP are thing for the party to do was to rescind their earlier on decision and say we are now back to the drawing board? What it means is that the police would have started engaging them. Elections is about engagement. But when you say you are not going to be part of the elections, the police can no longer invite you to engage you. So the sense you are seeing there, I will tell you that 99% is as a result of the deception from probably either the woman who is standing or from the leadership led by Justin Kodua himself. I find that very disparaging, very, state of emergency. We are not there. The police is in charge. The police can run the show. What I'm saying is that the statement made the police not engage enough. Once the police engaged one side and didn't engage them, if you ask me, because then even if there was engagement, it meant that the engagement was not at the top. And political parties, whether local or political parties at the national or whatever level, there has to be engagement right from the top to the bottom, from the bottom. Engagement due to this statement that came, even if there was engagement, any other person will say that, well, they said they are not going to come in. So it's a one-sided activity we are going to have. But I won't say because of the little incidents. I won't say little. I mean, a colleague of yours has been slapped and a police officer interdicted. I saw in the video, Madam Hawa Kumsin. I don't know whether she was assaulted, but she didn't help to get to. It's a short video. I didn't see all of it.
Yeah, she was equally assaulted. We're learning.
Something might have happened to her. But I think that from now on, Justin Kodua should be asking himself questions whether he's fully in charge of the NPP, because it looks like, and that is not very good for our democracy, because the NPP is the biggest democracy in this country. And so to have him miscalculate his own people and say we won't be part of the election. And so those who are there now on the side of the NPP, are they alien invaders from the NPP? Once you do that, I mean, democracy is with dialogue. And so the police definitely, I'm not speaking for the police. I don't speak for the police. I'm speaking out of experience and out of, the knowledge I have in security and how transpired. There won't be any serious dialogue. And it's the reason why, even if the police was to send maybe, let's say, 500 officers, they are going to manage the numbers and keep pushing them instead of sending all the 500 or 1,000. But I'm told reliably that more officers are going. And the police is up to it. They will do the job. I'm sure that these invaders, those who are creating chaos, the police is capable. They have whatever it takes to deal with this. We don't need the military to be involved. The police should be able to. When it gets to that point, I'm sure the police, interior and defense are going to have conversation. The president will be involved. Everybody will be involved. All of us will be involved. Ghanaians will be involved. And if the military will come, the military will come. But I would not subscribe to the military coming in as of now. I think it's too early. This is just some few votes. I'm told it's less than 7,000.
Yes, 6,000, a little over 6,800.
Okay, so it's just smaller than you know, the entire place is very big, but it's just a handful of polling centers that a ceasefire agreement, a ceasefire agreement, and then you only sign it on paper, and the next day you begin to throw missiles to the enemy side. It means you have been deceitful, and that is what is going on. So for me, let's call out Justin Kodua and he's been quiet. That's unfortunate. He's been quiet. I'm hoping that after these skirmishes we've seen, he will come out to come and talk, and I want to see him in the face saying it without apologizing to the Ghanaian populace, because they're doing that. You throw the country into chaos. Ghana is a peaceful country. We shouldn't do this as leaders, not at all.
Dr. Bonao, I understand that both defense and interior ministers are currently on ground. Do you think that this will send a strong signal?
Yeah, it should. Like I said, it should. It should send a strong signal. My minister, the interior minister, you know, he's very good at, he's very good at, doing these things. The defense minister himself doing these things. The defense minister himself was in charge of elections, running the elections. In charge of elections, running the elections. Out by someone who is important within the MPP. Justin Kodua is so important. He's the chief administrator of the MPP. So if the chief administrator spoke, saying that we are not going to be in the elections, and then to lead the party, and therefore what I need to do is to quickly resend out, meet my governing board or meet my people and say we are no longer going to, we have to be in the elections. It means that quickly you call on the IGP. Because the IGP, the head of the election security task force, you call him and call the area, the regional commander of Greater Accra. If I think that place is under Odoko or so, you call the divisional commander. You sit with them and call the side of the NDC. You call these people together and say, what is, because at the end of the day, somebody would win the election. And therefore, you call them and say that, you know what is the way forward? But like I said, the moment unless of course, it was done calculatedly to put the people of the area in danger. Unless it was done, it was a diabolical agenda to put both NDC and NPP and the general public within the catchment area in danger. If not, the moment the woman said, well, we'll go ahead, and their big people started giving money to the woman. And these were announced. The first thing did, and it's those who took the decision reached out that you are not going to go into the election, and they defied you. I mean, with respect, you will resign. And some monies have been given to her. But who did they engage in any dialogue before the elections? No. I'm calling him out because you see there's another election, the Akwatia elections. We are likely to have a few more, looking at what is happening in court, a few more by-elections. And therefore, Justin Kodua is going to remain there if after today people don't sack him, and he remains there.
Doc, thank you. I understand that voting has been halted because of the chaos that erupted as thugs invaded the area. We understand that the former member of parliament for Ewutu Senior, Mavis Howard-Kumson, the former fisheries minister, was also assaulted in that particular area. We're hoping that this will send a strong signal and this will boost confidence. This will calm nerves in that particular area. It's sad that we have to get to the point where we will have to get both interior and defense ministers to go to the area. I am yet to see the IGP there, but I won't be surprised if he's already on his way there.
Well, his boss is there. His boss is the interior minister. Right. Yes. And yes, it's good for the optics. It sends a strong signal. And the Mutaka we know is not somebody who will even allow his own party people to misbehave. So to me, his presence is very cardinal and is important, right? Because, yes, I understand what Dr. Adam Bona is saying. that even if there were any prior security engagement with the parties involved, it would have been difficult for the MPP to make itself available because officially it had indicated that it was not going to be party to this particular process, right? But nonetheless, yesterday when the woman mentioned that she was still in the race and the party people trooped to the constituency to canvass for vote for her and people made comments, I'm sure the police was aware that those same people will show up today representing the MPP. So the fact that there was no sit-down engagement with the parties does not stop the police from doing its work.
Exactly.
And ensuring that they maintain law and order.
To serve a particular political party? No.
Exactly. So maintain law and order. Even if it's just one-sided exercise. Tags are not allowed to be there. Even if it's just one-sided exercise. The police are not allowed to assault journalists. Citizens are not allowed to assault each other. And that, to me, is quite cardinal. Yes, so as you can see in your shot, the Minister for Interior, Mohammed Mubarak, of course, accompanied by his unmistakable bodyguard.
I like that tag.
Yes. You remember
after
there was a process in the Asamasi, and he got himself into trouble during registration exercise. He was in the balance of the police interdicted for a while, and before investigations cleared him, and then he was reinstated. So it's good, like I said, to know that the Interior Minister is there. We told the Defense Minister has categorically, he also stated that the military will not be involved. It will be an indictment on all of us if 19 polling stations, our policemen and women are unable to secure the place, and that will have to call on the military.
You know,
I've been a strong advocate against the use of military for civilian exercises. And when people were speaking against...
But doesn't it also speak to the fact that the police is overwhelmed by the situation?
The police is allowing itself to be overwhelmed, and that's why we must call it out for what it is. Because you cannot tell me that those young men who were running after each other were mightier than the policemen who were there in uniform, and some of them were holding weapons.
Tactful.
Exactly. It's just that they've decided to just look on. And I'm sure that's why the Interior Minister is there, to tell them that, Charlie, it doesn't matter who socks is God. Do your work. Do your work. After all, we are not in a lesson here for somebody to tell you that, when we come to power, we'll do this, that. Those things
There's
do not
already
exist
a party in power.
Exactly.
And they've just been in power for like how many months?
6-7 months, yeah.
So, I mean, there's nothing at stake here. The only thing at stake is that they want an overwhelming majority in Parliament.
Be fair. Do your work and be resolute. If you are victimized, we'll be here. And of course, why? Like I said, see, the media is a rational entity. You think if a policeman does his work according to the dictates of his profession, and the government of the day seeks to victimize you, we will sit here, we will not talk about it. We spoke about it in the past and we'll speak about it now. Just be fair and do your work. Simple. That should not be difficult. So, macho men are not supposed to be at the polling station. They are there, you arrest them. Who will victimize you for that? Because they are not supposed to be there. You get it? It doesn't matter whether they belong to the governing party or they belong to the opposition. Macho men are not supposed to be at the polling station. Deal with that.
Yeah. And yet we're seeing a lot of macho men on site. I mean, quite unfortunate. But let's hear from the Defense Minister, Dr. Omanibama.
Experience in Ayawaso West Wogon should not be repeated. What we experienced in the year 2020, where 8 Ghanaians were killed just because of elections, should not be repeated. And this is the way to go. And this is what President Mahama wants. It should be a peaceful exercise, and people must just exercise their franchise. We should note at all times that it is not the entire constituency that is voting. It's only 19 polling stations. And because of the clustering system, you may have different polling stations voting at a particular location. It doesn't mean yours is part of the 19 polling stations that are voting today.
The police were helpless at the time these well-built macho men stormed here. Based on order in Sweden, do still stand by your decision not to deploy military persons? 2024, December, pink sheets were bent here. Do you still stand by your decision?
I don't think you are being fair to the police when you say the police were helpless. The police are a very professional institution. When you don't see them reacting with force, it doesn't mean they are helpless. This is where you may go wrong. Just lowering the threshold to invite the military. If it becomes abundantly clear, you will do it. But the military should not be the first point of call. We have seen it in this country, where the military was able to storm the Parliament of the Republic of Ghana. Is that what we want? Is that the democracy that we want? This cannot be this cannot be the democracy under President Mohammed. President Mohammed is different from President Kufuor.
So that's Defense Minister Dr. Edward Omani-Boamah there. He says that President Mohammed's administration is quite different from President Kufuor, but they're still the same men in uniform, aren't they?
Yes.
Or now their allegiance towards a party in power.
Interestingly, that's what happens in this country, especially when parties in the second term, and the signs are glaring that the party might likely exit. Allegiances will switch. If you give any wrongful order, it will be disobeyed. And that's what Rawlings christened positive defiance. That got him into trouble, right? But I'm on all fours with his assertion that the military should not be involved, to be honest with you. And I have maintained that the military, whenever they get involved in civilian activities, they overreact. Either they overreact by beating up the civilians, or they become trigger happy, because you hear many people telling you that the military are not trained to shoot to immobilize or to shoot to disarm you. They are trained to shoot to kill. And so when they have weapons in their hands, you might be throwing rocks at them or stones at them. You think that because you are throwing stones, if they are even supposed to take any action, that action should be just to stop you from doing what you are doing. But what do we record? We see many stories of military getting involved or entangled in civilian activities and then shooting and killing the civilians. So as much as possible, the military are for protection of our territorial integrity, protecting us against external aggression. The police are in charge of internal security. If the police cannot provide us with security for 19 polling stations, then, to borrow some people, words from some people, then our police service will not be fit for purpose. And indeed, I don't believe that our police service is not fit for purpose. And so it's good that the Interior Minister has showed up. It's good that we are told of reinforcement. That reinforcement must go, and then the Methodist polling station, the local Methodist polling station, the process that has been halted must start again for us to have a finality to this. The tax, as quickly as possible, must be dissuaded from going to polling stations, regardless of which side they are coming from. They must be sent away. We were not told of national security deployment. We were told of police deployment. So if national security officers have been deployed, as much as possible, unless they are protecting other individuals who have gone there to undertake a legitimate business, they must equally leave the scene. And then allow the police to provide security. We are past midday, right? By 5 p.m., this will be over and done with. Will be over. And then we know exactly who the MP-elect for Ablekuma North constituency is. But of course, I wouldn't say what's happening is surprising to me. Whether NPP decided to be part or not, these tensions will have been recorded. It's up to the police to ensure that it doesn't get out of hand.
You know, one of the things I asked Dr. Bona was whether or not intelligent failed us. I mean, yes, it's marginally small number, right? But we had had commentary prior to this election, and so we knew what to expect.
Exactly.
Didn't we gather enough intelligence?
We did. The reason why, you look at the numbers there. You saw the men in uniform. They outnumbered the gentlemen who were misbehaving. It's just that probably they feared
of a certain repercussion if they were to intervene. And I think that's what should have been disabused before their deployment. That as you go in, a new opinion to wait, no, regardless of whose office go, do your work. I'm not sure the policemen would have been there just standing and watching what was happening. You saw one gentleman chase another and then boot him. And then this is in the full glare of the police. No arrest was effected. So I think it's about the police looking back, looking behind, and wondering what will be the repercussions if they take action. Now we tell them that there will not be any repercussions if they do their work and do it well. So if the Interior Minister is there, this is what he needs to pump into their minds, that, you know what, do your work. Just be fair. And don't be high-handed. That's it. The gentleman who slapped Banahene was with that trigger.
Yes.
But I'm sure he felt that there was no going to be any repercussion. He was a commander. He's there, so I'm there with my boys. And he misbehaved. Yeah, well, there's repercussion. He's been interdicted. But if people are becoming rowdy, people who are misbehaving, they are becoming a disruption to the exercise, it's well within your right to apprehend them. Nobody's saying beat them up. But effect some arrest and bring some sanity and let the process continue. How difficult should that be?
Let's go back to the grounds. Obed Kingaglu has joined me again. Obed, what's the situation like on the ground now? Now that the Interior Minister, the Defense Minister have both been to the ground. Okay, and unfortunately, we've lost Obed there, IB.
Yes. So
we may have to take a
all,
break anytime soon.
It's good they are there. I just hope that the MPP bigwigs who were there last night, and of course, it's unfortunately what happened to maybe Sarah Kumsin, but nonetheless, I think they also need to be there. So in case there's a need for engagement, just for de-escalation purposes, that engagement could be done, right? It's always the case that opposition parties come off short when it comes to these things because of the perception that the security apparatus, those in charge, and it might not even just be perception. The bottom line is that the Interior Minister is not a member of the NPP, right?
So is the Defense Minister.
So were they not members of the NPP when the
NPP was in power?
You get the point. So that reinforces the perception that the security apparatus will always be tilting towards the governing party. But it doesn't stop anybody from being fair. And I still encourage the MPP bigwigs to, if they are in a constituency, show up there, go and de-escalate these things. These are needless. Especially when, like I said, and like Dr. Bona said, we have a by-election at hand. Whatever happens here will inform how these politicians prepare for the next one. Yeah.
Let's go back to the ground. Obed Kingaglu joins me. Obed, are you still at the Methodist polling station? What's the situation on ground? We know that the Interior Minister has spoken, the Defense Minister has spoken. Do we have wind of whether or not the IGP is on his way there?
Right, so Lily, just as you mentioned, the Interior Minister and also the Defense Minister are touched down here at the Methodist Church here in Odoko, where they came to assess the security situation here, because we are told that some thugs invaded the place, and also our Kumsen was assaulted here. And so they came here to assess the situation and also speak to the electoral officials here. The situation is calm, but as you are aware, voting has halted, and so the process is not going on right now. And so people are just, those who have showed up to vote have been asked to wait for some time. So let me engage some people who have been here since morning, find out from them what they make of the process so far. You've been here since morning, right? What's your assessment of the process so far?
So far, so good. Unfortunately, there's a little chaos around, but I think the security is able to manage the situation for now. I think we are all hoping that at the end of the show, everything.
When you say little chaos, what chaos happened here?
We also what happened when Honabwana our community came around. We saw what happened when they see it.
Then they see it.
Actually, they say in the Ghanaian media, I have to run for my life.
You have to run for your life. Right. Very, very, very important.
I'm a Reverend Minister. Right. So some of my elders also vote here. So they are sitting over there right now. They can't come because they are afraid of entering to their place to vote. So I've asked them to wait over there until the situation is stable before they can come in.
Right. What do you want to tell us too?
As my Reverend Minister was saying, I will also continue from where he ends. We are all here, and Honorable former MP, Ablekuma North. Even me, when she came here, I was asking myself, what did she come to do here? Even one, here is not your constitution. You are from Kaswa, coming to Ablekuma, right? So as you came here, as a former MP, the first thing you're supposed to do, you have to go and see your candidate. Then she herself will take somebody. Oh, Charlie, I want you to go with Honorable Ablekuma to the police center for me. That one is not going to. Even myself, I'm not going hungry with Ablekuma because now he's not an MP again, right? So, well, what about who gives you that audacity to come here? Then you go there, fine. But at the moment, the fight and this is started. The report I also get from my colleagues, the bodyguard of Ablekuma, he gave a spray to the former minister. Let me use that word for her. Former minister Ablekuma. So she's also trying to use the spray to protect herself.
All right.
You understand?
I get it. So, all right. Yes. So thank you very much. So those are eyewitness accounts of what happened here when Ablekuma showed up here. We are told that the bodyguard was having a pepper spray and it led to a lot of confusion. So there you have it. He said that at a point he had to run for his life because of the situation here. So Lily, the situation is still a bit tense, but the police have been able to control the situation. They've done well, and we are expecting that the process will start. But as we speak, the process has stalled. Voting has stalled, and so they are waiting for an order from the police to ensure that there is maximum peace before the process continues.
Okay, that's so bad, King Aglo there. Quite unfortunate turn of events, and we're also learning that a deputy national organizer of the NPP has also been attacked. And pretty shortly, we have the video. We'll bring that video to you in a tad. But let's listen to the presiding officer for that particular polling station, who is blaming the media for this chaos.
That media encounter going on there is very bad. We started having intel that even the voters, after voting, they'll have to go there and grant interview. We're hearing a lot of bad things that have not happened here. They were saying it. So that media encounter, that stand over there needs to be dissolved. I don't know. I've granted all the interview, all the things they wanted to know. I've given it out. So I don't know
why they had to mount.
Yes. I explained that this is a ground for 3 polling stations. But fortunately enough, we are doing one, only for one. That is the 12A. So we are human. Somebody will stay in the house and realize, oh, Methodist is voting, let me go. That person will come with a card. Then we will tell the person, we are not driving the person away. It means the person is not part of this exercise.
Are you blaming the media for the violence?
I am not blaming that stand there. We had intel before the violence. That interview, somebody came to tell me, you are saying we are driving the voters away. And I'm saying, no, that is not the issue. So please, give out the right education. We are not driving anyone away. The election is being held for only one polling station. And a normal day, I'm coming. And you know the register? We have 4. Yes, that is 1A, 1B, and another AB, 13A, 13B. This is 12A. The 13A, 13B is secured. The 12B is also secured. So this is the only center we are having. But we are human. Your mother can just hear, oh, I vote at Methodist.
Okay. So why blame the media? I mean...
I think the presiding officer is getting ahead of herself, right?
Yeah.
Yes, on this platform, when we went down to our reporter who engaged a presiding officer, the same challenge was registered. where you had cluster of polling stations for the general elections. But this time around, the only polling station affected are either just one or two.
Yeah.
So because people vote within that cluster, when they hear that they are voting there, they pick their ID cards and they come. And then you explain to them that, no, your vote is valid. Your vote is not part of those that have been affected. Reason why there is the need for this rerun. And they go. So if they are engaging the media, and the explanation from them is that, oh, I went to vote, but I was turned away. But there's an explanation, original explanation, that you were turned away because your vote is still valid.
Yeah.
How should that breed chaos?
And
how did that result in our commission's assault? How did that result in the police officer slapping our reporter? How did that result in the other journalists who have been assaulted? Right? So there were things that were done relative to the engagement, relative to the deployment, and that's why I think that the police could do much more than it is doing today. The police could do much more than it is doing today. And hopefully, this will be the very final incident we are reporting. I'm not saying there will not be attempts. Politicians will attempt to outdo each other. They will attempt to do these things.
And that has always been the order of the day.
Your ability to foil it. And that's why you are in uniform. That's why you are trained. That's why you are deployed. See, there are enough numbers on the ground. They must just get to work. They must just get to work.
I will also understand that voting has commenced at the Methodist St. Peter's Church Society polling center, where voting halted as a result of the chaos that characterized the process and the attack on the former minister and other people there. We also, I mentioned that there were other persons who were equally attacked, like a deputy national organizer over the new that. There were other persons who were equally attacked, like a deputy national organizer over the New Patriotic Party. And if you see the video, it's quite unfortunate that we'll get to this as a country. It's quite sad.
Very, where...
it's quite sad.
Very, where individuals are being assaulted. And you see, strangely, politicians never learn, Lily.
They don't.
A few months ago,
they don't.
A few months ago, the shoe was on another foot.
Yeah.
And?
You remember a certain member of parliament?
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
I remember, in fact, 2020 elections, I covered Autu Senya East. In fact, shots were fired. People got injured.
Is it not interesting that protection that she used to have as an MP, as a minister?
If I were any by-election, especially at this material point in time, right? Regardless of the allegations that were leveled against her, whether they were true or not, regardless of the fact that GHOne at a point had to announce a blackout, a media blackout on her, when we have 10 situations, and she had sought for my advice as to whether to go there or not, I'll have advised her against it. Parliament
that's
together
with that's a party member. Yeah.
Exactly. And so, yes, regardless of the fact that security-wise will have said, don't be there, she was there and she ought to have been protected.
There are sentiments already, and people would want to reciprocate whatever it is that was meted out to them
most definitely.
in Kaswa. And
most
this
definitely.
is just one constituency. So a lot of people from all walks of life will be there, and obviously might have seen what happened in Kaswa.
Most definitely.
In that particular
most
election.
Definitely.
But I mentioned to you a while ago, viewers and listeners, that Deputy National Organizer of the NPP was assaulted. Let's take a look and a listen. This is just 19 polling stations, and we're witnessing this. Like I said, imagine if it was the entire constituency that electorates had to go back and vote. What would have been the outcome?
Very
this is
sad
highly
spectacle.
Unnecessary.
Yeah, very sad spectacle, really. And
the police appear helpless.
That's the point. And look at that, they're standing there.
They appear helpless. They do not know what to do and how to foil this. Look at that. Look at the man in uniform right at the back.
And they knew exactly what was coming. So what stopped the policemen from going to the man's rescue? Right? Because to be honest, I'm yet to find from this video what the man's offense was. You are unable to tell that he threw a point. So for what reason is he being assaulted this way? That's one. Two, the Interior Minister has said that every offense committed will be treated as a criminal offense. Every infraction will be treated.
There's video evidence.
Exactly. And the individuals who assaulted this gentleman, their faces are showing. Especially the one who started the entire assault. The man was running, and then you hit him down.
Let me allow viewers and listeners listen to the Interior Minister himself.
All we have instructed is that any infraction should be treated as a crime. So we don't care with the greatest respect who you are. Once you infract the law, they should deal with you. By arresting you, so I'll take you through the process. We are not encouraging anybody within our party, outside our party, our opponents. Let us all allow the process to go smoothly. And if anybody crosses the line, that person should be dealt with. We should just simply treat crime as crime. We will check them. And where did this happen? Because sometimes not everything that should come to our attention. But since it's a journalist and since it's a police officer, we'll be happy to know what it is. Then we'll find out what is the circumstances. And if there's something that we need to do, we can assure you that we'll do. Because we're also going around. And so after that, we now call those in charge to find out this is what we concern, this is what we heard. What have you seen or heard so far? Because, I mean, about an hour ago, I spoke to the IGP. So far, is everything going well? So everything's going well. We are stepping out to see what is there. So, okay, we are also coming. We are also going around. I said, okay, so we keep comparing notes till evening, policing center.
Okay, so that was Interior Minister Muntaka Mubarak there. We know that the man who was assaulted in the earlier video we showed you was Chris Lloyd Nikwe Asamoah. He's a Deputy National Organizer of the New Patriotic Party. Quite a sad spectacle there. But I am wondering, yes, the Interior Minister is there, the Defense Minister is there. Shouldn't the IGP should have been there by now? I mean... No qualms to the IGP, but Dampai would have been there within seconds.
And it's interesting what the Interior Minister mentioned, that he called the IGP. So what it means is that the IGP is monitoring what's happening. We only hope that if he finds the need to be there, he should be there, because as far as what we've seen is concerned, his men on the ground have not been able to quell these excesses.
They seem to be having, overwhelmed by the situation.
They were protecting a gate, and they had lined up in front of the gate. When somebody's been assaulted, see,
when human life is at risk,
they had no idea what could have happened to this gentleman. Somebody could have just picked a metallic object
and stabbed him,
anything at all from anywhere, and before you realize, we'll be talking about something completely different. But when you talk about mob action, you can never control what the next person does.
Yeah, true.
And so this should have been their preoccupation instead of monitoring and then guarding the gate. Because somebody's been assaulted, and you are standing there, you paraded yourself in front of a gate. You see, and I understand. See,
I'm sure the elements within NDC are watching it. They're saying that, no, it's payback time. You see, there's nothing like payback time.
Wrong is wrong.
Wrong is wrong. And we condemn it in the past.
Yes.
We condemn it now. There's nothing like payback time. And how do you know that those excesses that we condemn were not the reasons why you won the way you won?
Yeah.
You get the point? Because level-headed people are watching and listening. Yeah. So you might think they're the hardliners. And in fact, trust me, they might be excited as what's happening, watching this. No, this is not the way to go. In the long run, you realize that it's a race to nowhere. Yeah. Both of you, both NDC and MPP, they realize that this show of power, this show of bravado, it's a race to nowhere. Yeah. It's a race to you alienating the sane people. It's a race to...
Just say in a tad, the video of Mavis Hakumsing being assaulted. I mean, she was just standing there and then somebody jumps to attack her. She fell. I mean, look at that.
Yeah. And then it's like free for all.
Yeah. That's her on the floor. That's very, very unfortunate.
I think she fell in a gutter.
Did she?
Yeah, there's a drain. I think there's a drain there. I don't know whether it's a drainage system or whatever. But like, you could visibly tell that she fell. And you see, like the point I was making about the police and their preoccupation. Their preoccupation is on the protecting the ballot instead of human life. Yeah. And that's a problem. They can do both. You can still protect the ballot and then attend to people who have been assaulted. At least, see, if the police were to effect arrest, first 2 incidences, I'm not sure this will have continued.
Yeah.
But
People
like,
will not feel emboldened.
Exactly. Yeah. They are watching on. And that's the problem. Protect the ballot by all means, but also attend to human life.
Yeah, protect human life. I mean, that's your duty.
Yeah, she fell, okay, I think she fell on the ground. Yeah, that's how it comes in, falling on the ground.
Some time ago, she was referred to as Kaswa Van Dam.
Yes.
And I won't be surprised if this person attacked her as a means of reciprocity.
Yeah, with that on the back of their minds, the politicians, see, they bay for revenge. And that's the point. That's the point we're making. That yes, we have the hardliners in every political party. We have the hawks in every political party, right? But when you talk about the message you are sending, when you talk about the impression you are creating in the mass
that we've shown to viewers and listeners out there, it appears that the police were they were helpless. They didn't know how to go about it.
Or they chose to be helpless.
Well,
because they didn't intervene.
That's an interesting point to make. Yeah.
They didn't intervene. Nobody intervened. See, look at the policemen there. Do you see? The only thing you see is that they're lifting her up.
Yeah, looking on.
Yeah, so there are 2 policemen who went to lift her up, and that was it.
And the rest were looking on. Yeah. And this was a place with heavy police presence.
Of course. You see, you could count more police uniforms than you can count individuals. And you say, look at them. So, see.
And then there's the issue of votes buying. And then I have heard the Greater Accra Regional Minister say, well, there's nothing wrong with giving TNT to electorates. Yeah. And I think that...
The story of our lives.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like for a country like Ghana who were constantly... I mean, they're in opposition. They constantly chastise this particular move. Yeah. And now there's a flip and they're doing the same thing. See, will we as a country ever learn? Never.
Lily, I sat here right on this platform and said that I think we should come to terms with the fact that the politicians will always induce the electorates.
True.
They will always induce the electorates in different forms and shades. What I was excited about was the fact that the electorates were taking the inducement, but they were still voting according to their conscience. It happened in Assin North. And I think we'll get there, where a typical case at hand is Okankwe South, where GHOne went against the gender minister. People distributed hair dryers, others rice and chicken, uncooked rice and chicken, others rice cooker and gas cookers. So people went to one camp, they took the rice cooker. They went to another camp, took the rice and chicken, and they went to prepare. And they still voted the way they wanted to vote.
So you're giving TNT or not?
Yes.
Will not induce the voter to vote for you. I mean, before going to the polling center, my mind is made up.
That's the point. So we are getting there where the politicians...
And politicians don't learn.
No, they won't. So the goodies will come. Trust me. Akweti, I will be there. You see, the goodies will come.
Obviously.
Yes, the goodies will come. But we should concentrate on the voters and let them know that whether you take or not, vote according to your conscience. Vote according to the messages that they are selling to you. And not according to anything, because we have tried. The OSP has warned that if you induce voters, it will come after you. Nothing has changed. And I dare say nothing will change. They will keep bringing the inducement. The difference will be in the quantum. So MPP will pay less now, MPP will pay more. Just a few months ago, MPP was paying more, NDC was paying less. It is just the script that has been flipped. But our concentration should be on the voters. Regardless of how much you've been induced. Vote according to your conscience.
Absolutely.
And what you think will inure to the benefits of the constitution.
I definitely agree. This is our continued coverage of the Ablekuma North election rerun. 19 polling stations, 6,800 persons voting in this election. And already we're seeing the election characterized by chaos, attacks, even on journalists. My name is Lily Mohammed. We still bring you more on this particular coverage. Ibrahim Alassane is ahead of political desk. I will take a break here. When we return, please don't go away. There's still more we'll have to... Yeah, there's more we'll have to show you. There are more videos for you. There's more reports on ground for you here on this channel. Please don't go anywhere. My name is Lily Mohammed. Stay tuned in.